not here in time.
And Infinite. And
Okay.
Dragon. He's hitting Nexus Towers now. The game is happening around IG.
The Dragon's still up.
Oh! Flash forward from Kara does miss. Hoya is ending the game, by the way, but IG, they are fighting in the pit to try and deny this. Baron, Guwon does go in on the backside, almost taking out Mako. Schwo's going to finish him off. IG are still working on the fight, but again, the game is literally ending. Out goes the cancel from Schwo, and Hoya is just going to sit in base, slamming away on this. Wei's here. Can they finish him? Can they stop Hoya? Flash from Hoya, and the last daughter to secure the game for NIP! NIP. Guwon's now in the pit. That's mission number 2. Mission number 3, find a way to secure the Dragon or find a way to win the fight. Maybe both. Going on forward onto Zika into cease and desist. On the backline, Elk getting focused with a bubble. Going to buy Elk the time he needs to make the trade. Zika drops down on the front line. Xiaohu looking for a target. It's going to be awesome. He's going to have to dash back away, and Hoya going to be beat down by the zombie. Care dives forward looking for Elk. Cannot find him. Gonna have to settle for a support. But the
there's a control word right there, so they're going to spot him if he continues to go through mid. Is he just going to try and go around? Okay, it's special agent Xiaohao.
Observers are like, I don't know what's going on. Why does Sheer have 10% HP? What's going on over here? This might be the flank of a century, and this might be what Edward Gaming need to get them back into this series. An immediate engage onto 1xN. He got 1xN! Taken out with a cease and desist. Multiple members now. Sheer is finalized there. Missing is taken down, and the Baron will for sure be started by Edward. Shu has to either live or make a masterful play.
Popping Dominus early, he flashes over the headbutt polarized combo. Paranoia makes everything.
Oh!
Four-man bomb blossom, are you kidding me? This is the power of Pigeon Dog Gaming, and the Pandas have been absolutely outplayed.
Well,
Jedge's way. Just shouldn't want to risk it here as he gets back into the pit. Goes over the wall. Good call, Quacks. Trying to find that flank angle. And boys, he's starting to entrap Weibo. They're going to go after on instead. Just blow him up with Elk. Zika going to go down, though, as the Dragon gets discarded. As Genji with the Crest Guard and the Wild Girl tries to hold the front line. Bit into the sneaks as the zombie nearly takes him out. But can Xiao get the kill? Yes, Shun finds the double onto Elk. And it has to be Viper stepping up and turning into a Gatling gun. Mowing down all of Weibo. Viper secures the fight win.
Welcome back, one and all, to LPL English, your unofficial home for everything LPL. I'm Mazel. I'm joined by Rude Dude. We've got Ilya behind us on prod, and it's going to be a banger night. We have two back-to-back huge series for our standings and for the fun of the game here going on, as our first one is IG versus Top Esports.
Yeah, I think this is two teams that are very near the top of the standings that coming into the split. I don't know that I had them being this high up in the standings. They are doing incredibly well for themselves, and we can take a look at just how well they are doing. Obviously, Top Esports and IG both find themselves in the top 4. Top Esports after a rough first outing into LPL Split 2 up against our opponents for today, but we'll get into that later. And since then, have just 2-0'd everyone.
Yeah, I mean, that's just insane. The TES rocket is definitely getting fueled up right now, but the funniest part is that NIP just stuck their head in there. It's like, hey, I'm 3-1, by the way, top of the standings right now. Take a screenshot, hold on to it. The NIP roller coaster, I'm sure, is getting a little crazy. We're also getting the group Nirvana stuff going, which is a little bit more fun. But as we focus on this series ahead of us, I'm really excited because, again, like we had mentioned, you know, or at least foreshadowed to, IG are the only team to even take games, let alone series, off Top Esports, and it was a 2-0 to start. So let's go ahead and start looking at this IG roster, who themselves had some question marks coming into the split. You know, you had the little fluctuation in mid lane with Renard and Rookie, but besides that, some of the consistency has shown through. They've taken a couple hard losses across these last couple series, but we can see the building blocks there, Rude.
We can, and I do think that we've seen Breeze really exceed. And for me here, we've got a little highlight package of Invictus Gaming. Now, for me, I'm still not sold on this team because this is the VOD review that I did of their series versus BLG, and this was the first time I saw them do anything. And I want you to take note of the clock and take note of the game, people at home. It is game number 2 and 20 minutes into it. So I'm not quite sold yet fully on this IG composition. They did end up going on and winning this game, but losing out on the series, and honestly versus BLG, is unsurprising. But I was then given an unenviable task of asking the question, what did IG do versus Weibo Gaming? Or what
I gave him that task.
Weibo
it was
Gaming?
me.
Yeah. So I went through the VOD. I had a little bit of a look, and the good news is for IG fans at home that they won the series. The bad news is that that's not reflected in their series scoreline, because if we take a look here, game number 1, lovely stuff. We've got Casio pop-off. We've got Jachi going crazy. Breathe on the Gnar doing great work. They're able to take Nexus for game number 1. And honestly, this looks like a really convincing game. Not too many problems. Took them 32 minutes to close out, but, you know, we've seen worse performances from teams in the LPL, and we've seen games take longer to close out. Yeah, so 33 minutes on the clock. Game number 1 gets wrapped up. We then go to game number 2, and what do you know? IG, same position, 31 minutes this time. They're doing so well. And then we get to see...
They're on the Nexus.
Maybe the LPList of LPL moments from Split 2 so far, as IG not quite able to actually close out and then win the game. And actually what ends up happening, I believe, after this, if I'm not mistaken... Oh wait, actually, hold on one second. It's then not good things, and actually Weibo going and winning the game as well. This is the final fight that I think sealed the deal here. I don't think I got the Nexus exploding, but yeah, this was the repercussions of failing to auto-attack a Nexus quite efficiently enough. But for my money, IG won the series. You know, they were there. Okay. They got up to the Nexus in game 2. They could have won. They chose not to. And from there, they then lost game number 3 in a, I won't say drastic fashion, but it wasn't worth the time to continue this package. And that's for everybody at home. What happened versus Weibo Gaming?
And you think if things are different, if a couple more auto attacks go into that Nexus, they were 4-0, right?
Yeah.
Like that is the difference. And I think obviously in a double round robin, you have a lot of leeway, a lot of breathing room to make mistakes, but that one's going to sting a little bit, and especially the back-to-back losses now that they find themselves on. But that being said, not in back-to-back losses at least, is this Top Esports team who have gone 4-0 off the back of that loss at the very beginning of the split against IG, but they have really been putting it together. I think Tien has been fighting for that MVP crown here. We are early, but my God, this man is on fire, and they're really starting to put the pieces together here, Rude.
Yeah, Jackie Love has come back into his own as well. I love the highlight of Tien. He has been by far and away the best part of this top esports roster, manipulating the map early on to make sure that there's never an opportunity for a losing lane to happen, despite sometimes some of his teammates attempting that to be the case, or attempting to make that the case at the very least. But it's been a masterclass in the jungle. I will also say that Zuyan coming into that top side has absolutely developed and been this massive part of the top esports roster that I don't think we expected either.
Yeah, I wanted a little bit of setup for this one, but it's still interesting nonetheless because they are leaving everybody in the LPL in the dust. The Rocket, I said earlier, was getting fueled up. Honestly, if you didn't get tickets, you might be a little bit too late because it's been really incredible to kind of watch them slice through the competition here. Some of the best that we have to offer in the group Ascend, but now the fact that they're coming against a team that they've lost to, a team that they didn't look good in, and maybe trying to redeem some of those factors, I find really interesting. It's also our first rematch of Split 2 here in the LPL in the double round robin, so a little bit of fun there, a little bit earlier than expected maybe going into it, but it's still a very, very cool sight to see that there's another team that's kind of pushing BLG's buttons.
Yeah, I mean they 2-0'd BLG, right?
They
the reason
did.
they're in the dirt there is because they got absolutely slaughtered. All those teams that you see on screen are the teams that Top Esports have bested 2-0 thus far. And like you say, this being a rematch, this is the only team in Invictus Gaming that they haven't yet beaten, or that they've come up against and haven't beaten. They're still to play their series versus NIP and Weibo as well coming up in the future. But for what they can do up against IG today is the big question, and that rematch is going to be the thing that we're keeping our eyes on. We need to see whether or not this path to the moon can continue, or whether IG is just going to be that massive asteroid that continue to try and knock them down.
That would be terrifying if you're in a rocket in space. But that being said, all eyes have to be on jungle. I think the last time these two teams met, Wei was able to use a very dysfunctional Tien and TES to his advantage, use it as a weapon against them. But tonight he's going to have a different task, a task of dealing with whatever Tien throws his way, because while both of them can be aggressive, a lot of pace setting comes from these junglers. Tien himself has just been the best so far in the league, and it's been really impressive to watch him come back into the fold after not playing last split, and Wei's going to have his plate full here tonight.
Yeah, and I mean, none of these stats are amazing for Tien. Like, they're not so far ahead of the pack. The thing that I really want to draw your attention to, though, is that gold difference at 15, being first in the league. The KDA, the damage percentage, the KP, they're all subject to the champion that you're playing, or what kind of style you have to go. For example, junglers that play a lot of Jarvan tend to be higher in kill participation percentage. The one raw thing in this that I love to take away is gold difference. Gold is universal across every single champion, and Tien leads in that stat. So whatever it is that he's doing, it's generating him a lead early on. And that little synopsis, that blurb that we have for Tien as well, I think is really, really maybe early on into the split, but currently exactly on pace with where he is. Can the former MVP of the league reclaim his rightful throne? That's the big question here. If he can pilot this top esports team and take them to this newly ascended highs, I think that this is absolutely the split for Tien to start looking to claim that crown back.
Yeah, we're going to take a look at their champ pools as well, because I do find it interesting. There are some slight differences between the pools themselves. There's still a lot of aggression, no matter where you look on both sides. A lot of setup tools for their teams, but we are seeing the Jarvan reign supreme there for Tien. Very good trend-setting jungler. I think something that's been really rising to the fold, but being willing to go to these more individualistic kind of carry jungles is going to be something I keep my side eye on tonight if it becomes an unlocking factor for either of these guys.
Yeah, the Tien Neferi is something that we're looking at in particular. The Pantheon as well, something that he has proven to be quite productive on. Whether or not in that first series the one loss was actually up against IG, where he was making plays early on in the series, but then just couldn't really do anything to keep his team afloat, because that was the first outing of the Fengyue Jackie Love bot lane, and they had an absolutely torrid time of things last time these two teams faced up against one another, and that Pantheon loss is a marker of that. But Since then, Tien obviously going back to some more carry-style junglers. I will say I do love that for Wei, he's just such a Xin Zhao aficionado, right? Like, he just takes this pick pretty much every single opportunity. It makes predicting his drafts incredibly straightforward. But you'll see some nice mirroring between these two picks as well, both like in the Skarner. The Pantheon has been played a couple of times as well. That Jarvan, as you already alluded to, quite present for both of these two also. A noticeable lack, really, of the Sejuanis of old, the Maokais of old, but that really speaks to how aggressive these two junglers love to play, because we talked a lot about Tien. For Wei as well, when he's getting in the thick of things, that actually benefits IG quite greatly. He's one of the junglers who can disrupt a game, who can also turn the game on its head and make it so that he's actually the one that's causing the game to be pushed forward.
Yeah, and I love to see, you know, I'm an old head at this point, I feel like, which is weird to say, but, you know, being able to see the Xin Zhao, the Jarvan, still a little bit of presence there for Wei, something that he kind of made his name on in E-Star, and especially coming over to RNG. I think it's really cool to see, but I think it all comes back to what we see from these two tonight, because I think a lot of the games are going to be led by these two, especially their early pathing and how they want to kind of interact with the map itself. And obviously all the other pieces kind of come together to help that, but I'm really going to be keeping my concentrated eye on these two. But as we get a little bit closer to draft itself, we have to bring up the fun that is the bot lane, the drama, if you will, all the great stuff that comes along with it. JackeyLove is back. That means Jachie was kicked to the curb and found a new home on IG, where they were lacking at the position. And now Jachie is paired up with one of the most legendary supports of all time in the LPL and Mako, and it's JackeyLove, who the last time him and Mako got together didn't really work out too well for them. So I guess unless you're looking all the way in the past at a world championship, which is another layer to this onion that is the bot lane matchup. And
I think that to sort of peel back the freshest layer, the last time these two teams met, it was a complete slaughter. Jachie, like, rinsed JackeyLove. He had an absolutely torrid time of things. It was a full welcome back to the LPL Unk, and he got absolutely slaughtered. Now, since then, JackeyLove has redeemed himself significantly in the following series, right? Has actually put up some really good numbers, has proven to be that carry, the JackeyLove of old, that we've come to love and come to grow to appreciate as well. And Jachie has actually moved into this not really fleshed out a role for himself, I'm going to be honest, because there are times when he looks like he could be one of the next best LPL AD carries. There are times when it looks like he could be the next worst LPL AD carry. Like, the decision making, and he still feels fresh, is how I think I can best describe it. That he's just not quite fully grasped the LPL macro sense that he needs to have just yet. Once that's been picked up, and once we start to see a little bit more consolidation in that aspect, I expect Jachie to, with his raw mechanics, be a very, very solid piece of this pie.
I find it, I'm all about lore and kind of narrative. I know it may be sometimes a little too much, but the duality of the starts that these two guys had, right? Like, you look back at JackeyLove, he talks about it in his interviews. He had one of the craziest starts to his career ever, winning Worlds in his first year. And it's just one of those things where you're like, the duality is there. JackeyLove, it seemed like, was being handed on a silver platter so many things, but he was able to execute in those moments. Jachie has been working through the mud, man. That man has been going from team to team trying to find his own and try to make a splash as an AD carry in a league that is so storied in that role as the LPL. And it's been really cool to see that hard work start to pay off for Jachie over the long term, and hoping to find kind of a little bit more of a permanent home here on IG.
And I think that if he can start to set down some roots, he's had a pretty volatile introduction to the LPL himself, right? Went from team to team to team to team to team. Just a little bit of a grounding for him would be nice. Yeah.
Well, there's the GOAT Mako there with the star on his chest. Obviously, JackeyLove having a little bit of a hand of getting that one there. Mako kind of just taking up the mantle for now. But this IG team has the possibility to bounce back after this 2-series slide against top-tier opponents and maybe be able to beat Top Esports 2 times in the double round robin. But this team right here, it's been really cool to see some of the newer pieces, obviously Zuyan and Feng Yue, having big impacts, and wondering what they bring to the table outside of this kind of a veteran trio that has been established here. Yes, I'm calling Cream a veteran at this point. I think he's earned his due. But at this point, it's really curious to see like what those heights look like for this top esports team. And as we're getting a little bit closer to draft here, Root, I do want to break down the draft itself a little bit, what we're looking for. We already talked a little bit about those jungle picks, but elsewhere, is there anything you're really keeping a keen eye on?
I mean, mainly it's when we see that dissuasion from enchanters. Typically in the early stages of the Fearless, currently we're seeing enchanters be picked up. So it's your bot lane pairings, your Yunara Lulu. If Karma makes it off the ban table, whatever it is that Karma gets banned up with. And Bard as well, I think, for both of these supports is something that I'm really going to look towards. Feng Yue has had a couple of ropey performances on the Bard. Meiko has had a couple of ropey performances on the Bard, but they are one in a few, right? The overwhelming consensus is when these two play Bard, they tend to dictate how the game works out. And I think that just such a playmaking champion that it is in general, it gives you the opportunity to really dictate how the game is played out. Pair up with those junglers who we've already highlighted are going to be crucial in how this game gets played. I think that for me, that support pick is also one that can augment the game and that can, for this first match at the very least, really have a big impact on how it ends up playing out.
I'm sitting here wondering, do they even let Ashe Seraphine buy? I mean, Ashe Seraphine has been ridiculously popular across the meta, across the world, really. But especially for these two teams, they pick it so often. And I wonder, are they going to allow either side to kind of take that duo because of how strong it has been? We're going to start relying on maybe some of the outer niche picks here in the bot lane itself.
Possible, right? And I think that just taking that off the board feels like the most simple way to go about it. But if you're going to let it through, what are you going to decide to answer it with? It proves to be that really important question, and that's without looking at any of the solo lanes either. As we are coming into this split, we had him pegged for being a really big tank player, but actually moving into the few series that we've seen from him has been able to showcase quite a lot.
Yeah.
And our questions immediately, Mizel, have been answered.
And Breathe has been not too shabby on the other side himself, been coming back into the league. Obviously, there are a lot of questions on what his status was going to be looking like or how strong he was going to be looking like in the top lane, but it's all going to be decided here. This is the last time these two teams meet for the rest of... We have so much of the split left, and this is the last time these two teams meet. Potential two top-of-the-table teams. So make sure you strap in and get ready for this series because it's going to be a banger. We've already got some bans going away. The Seraphine is gone. The Bard is gone, taking away some of those crucial comfort picks. We also see the Nocturne taken away from IG and Wei. The Orianna is also going to be banned, so that combo is not going to be there. The Vi and the Varus are banned. Top esports have first pick.
And yeah, Karma, one of the picks that we said if it gets left off the ban table, we're expecting to be pretty urgently picked up. Feng Yue going to have his pick of the supports and locks in the Karma down on the bot side. But again, looking to establish lane control and looking to provide a ton of utility to your team later on. It kind of fills both roles of win lane and have the ability to go into the late game and win the game as well. Now, IG are going to have to decide what it is that they want to pair up against this. Likelihood is that their marksman pairing for top esports is going to be something that can also play at that range, your Jins, your Ezreals, and IG are going to have to utilize that knowledge to try and pick out the rest of these picks.
There's so many possibilities. It could be Jin. It could also be Jin. It might be Jin too. Well. It could be Jin. The Rumble is
Jin?
Have you considered it? We had to get it in there 4 times at least. The Rumble is a crucial login, though. I feel like we've been seeing Rumble so strongly in game 1s primarily, especially if it's early picked. Some obvious losses, but I still think it gives you a lot of that spacing for your teamwork. And now we also have the Ezreal locked in, so a bit safe pick coming out of the bot lane for IG.
Yeah, and I wonder what it is that they're looking to pair up with this. The Meiko, obviously, with the Bard taken off the board. The Seraphine not there, not necessarily the greatest pairing, but a Nico might sort of come through. You don't really want Ezreal Lulu as a bot lane duo. Feels like you're wasting the Lulu's potential in this Fearless style. And there's the Sivir actually locked in for Jacula, so a little bit of a throwback here. And making sure that this is the Sivir Karma duo of old, where you both just push your move speed button and run at the enemies.
Go fast.
So we need carries from the rest of top esports. Obviously, Jackie Love is going to be a pretty big proponent for damage in the late game, but through the early to mid game, the Civ are not the greatest at doing all of that work. You can push the Ezreal under the turret, you can establish Prio, but I'm looking at Cream, I'm looking at Zuyan. What picks are you going to take? Because this is the bare bones of a dive composition that top esports have for themselves right now. They need the actual divers now to finish out the composition.
I'd love to pick your brain about this jungle matchup as well, because I do typically, at least from my eyes, love whenever Jarvan is picked into Pantheon, because I feel like you have a lot of map spread that you can either make Pantheon have to answer to your decision making, or be able to match where Pantheon is looking at, and both junglers is going to take their role as kind of the primary focal point for both teams here with the Pantheon Jarvan.
Yeah, I think it's a really good point, right? You summed it up perfectly. Wherever the Pantheon goes, not necessarily that the Jarvan can respond, but he's such a good ganker. It's really easy for him to get out onto the map and do something else, whether it's respond, whether it's try and cross-map. Tien as well, typically the one who's initiating these types of plays, so wouldn't expect him to be too far behind the 8-ball as we start out this one. Looking into, though, this second round of picks, good to see that Anivia ban being taken off the board. Little bits of nods to the support Anivia that has recently risen to prevalence quite highly, and taking that away from a Karma Civ enemy. 2 immobile carries, getting the Anivia off the board, really, really solid. That Crystallize can do so well when you look at trying to make sure that he's so safe and sort of stopping them from being able to get out of danger.
It reminds me of a screenshot that you sent me earlier today. He who shall not be named. We do see the anti-ban. I do appreciate that, just for that kind of point-and-click stun, that kind of CC setup. The Nami is going to be the ended-up pair with the Ezreal. We have seen it many times here for Feng Yue, and it will be Mako who's taking it this time around.
And I think that's just the best of the rest in this case for Nami. Not a bad champion in any way, and actually can do a good amount of work with disengaging specifically. You put that wave through, and even if it doesn't knock people up, it stops people from being able to get into the fight. As we see Zuyan here taking the K'Sante into the Rumble. Azir locked in the mid lane for Cream. We'll see what it is that Renard wants to take here. Has been defaulting to these more setup mages in the mid lane. Your Lissandras, your Annies, which are banned. Maybe we get to see something that feels like that, or we get to see something that plays into this composition that IG have, which at the minute, it's poke.
Okay, just keep buying into the poke. We got the Xerath locked in for Renard, and that's going to be an interesting one nonetheless. I'll go check if he's played that at least competitively here in just a moment. But I got to say, from top esports side, Comfort is king right now. While K'Sante and Sivir haven't been picked up so far this split for them, the rest of the pieces are super Comfort for this team.
Yeah, it's Cream Azir, right? This is one of the picks that we know him for, and that he will frequently look to default to if he can get his hands on it. Obviously, versus the Xerath, going to have a pretty rough time of things. The way Xerath trades, it's at range that Azir can't access. So trying to shuffle this Xerath is going to be pretty telegraphed, if nothing else. And then trying to shuffle the rest of the team. I mean, yeah, you can probably get the Rumble and the Nami, but you put the Rumble into your team, bad news. You put the Nami into the team, great, but that's not the target you want.
And it is the first competitive Xerath for Renard. Maybe plays it in solo queue, maybe he plays it outside a competitive sphere, but on stage, it's the first time we're going to be seeing this one. Does fit to a T what they want to accomplish as a composition, but execution is going to be the key here. And I think against Cream, who is on his Comfort, can kind of have that push and move style in the Azir. It's going to be interesting how much pressure Renard can kind of put back to force Cream's decisions there. But if we're looking at star picks for this one so far, give me a couple quick ones here, Rude, before we get going.
It's definitely going to be that mid lane. I'm actually really excited to see Renard on the Xerath. Like, whenever we see something new, I want to see it do well.
I'm here for it. Let's get it going. It's a banger night in the LPL. We're starting off with IG versus Top Esports Game 1. Give me one of those Tien signs. I need it to glow in the dark behind me to light the way with the star. One day I'm going to get myself an LED fan sign. It's going to be great. It's probably going to say Shun with a duck on it.
Hey, and if that's the way that you're going,
oh my
I'm
God.
absolutely down. Wow.
Hold on. Oh God. Oh God. Oh God. I remember that game. Oh God, I need to leave. I'm gonna I need to go take my geriatric medicine.
Oh, hold on, Ignite
20.
used?
Yeah, that's a little dicey in the top lane. But 2021 Icon was the last person to bring out the Xerath in the LPL.
Okay, so you remember this game. Was it
I
a good
do.
Xerath, or was it a, we shouldn't have picked Xerath?
That, you know, I don't know if my memory is that strong.
I see.
My
That's okay.
brain says it was good, but I might also be
nothing
completely
else-
wrong.
If nothing else, it was definitely an iconic performance, and that's what we can
There you
say
go.
with
I love it.
absolute certainty. But I mean,
Oh,
to actually answer your question without the bias of a mid lane pick that I'm definitely intrigued by, much like we highlighted in the earlier stages of the show, Mazel, it's the jungle we need to keep our eyes on. These are two very early, very aggressive junglers that can very easily make their impact felt from this level 3 marker. When we take a look at how these two teams look to play out later on, both of them actually have incredible scaling, but for different reasons. Because Jackie Love and Cream can both do a lot of damage in the late game, you would tend to say, well, actually, this top esports composition scales really well. And that's not wrong. The issue that they're going to have is actually auto-attacking the people that they need to auto-attack. Because as Xerath is going to play at a massive range, Tijachi as well should be playing at this massive range, that I think Jackie Love is going to really struggle in this game to actually ever get any damage down unless Tien can start to facilitate that. So as we look through this game, gold isn't really going to be a massive indicator of how the team fights are going to be played, because IG will always have this range advantage. They will always have the ability to execute better in these team fights if they can keep space.
I love that point that you bring up, the word execution, though, because when you draft a comp like this, you really have to play towards it. If you're just going into a fight without thinking about the poke beforehand, without thinking about your entrances into these objectives, the space that you can keep, that's where things can break down. And so I'm really, really looking at IG to kind of have this together play style here in the same road as we get going a little bit. But we did have a first foray into the enemy jungle by Tien. We said early on that these paths were going to be important. Tien was spotted out by Wei, will have a move from Renard, so won't be able to steal this one away. And actually, it's going to be Wei who has a little bit of forward tempo in the jungle clear.
Yeah, managing to get that full clear recall and get back out to defend his Raptors is a massive win for the Pantheon, especially since Tien still hasn't based and now has to walk all the way from the enemy Raptors up to his topside Krugs even, to try and take some camps for himself. Whereas Wei has a little bit of time, flexes himself down to the bot side, just a little bit of defense onto Mako and Chachi, who do have to burn that summoner heal. And then they can have a nice time of things as the Pantheon continues to clear his way through, looking for that level 6 to try and make something happen. With a ward on this top side here, Breathe knows that he's at least being eyed up. He's going to be able to back away, and with the Jarvan looking to clear the rest of his camps down to that bot side, gives him a little bit of free time now to continue bullying Zuion. Before we saw that Jarvan show up, it was a good advantage over to Breathe. Now, remember that he doesn't have teleport in this laning phase, so he is going to need to play very, very carefully with his HP. Zuion can expend his HP, base, recall, then get a teleport in, and be full HP, and then begin to bully Breathe. And unless Breathe can manipulate the wave in a way that he gets a really good reset, it's going to be difficult for him to find that early on.
We're seeing some of the push and pull now already. We did get the TP back from Jiachi so he could reset, get that tier, and start that stacking up here. He's looking for some aggressive trades into Jackie Love, but the sustained damage is definitely on the side of Jackie Love right now. A little bit of extra help there from Feng Yue, but it's still a very back and forth affair in all of these lanes. And do wonder what that means for our objectives. Either side really pertaining to this dragon here, I think. Is there an advantage you give for either one?
It's whoever gets the push in the bot lane, and that should always be Sivir, I would say, because you can contribute 2 members. It slightly takes away from the fact that Renard should always have push in that mid lane on Green versus as the Xerath versus this Azir. But it's good to see already, Mazel, right? We talked about the fact that this is a rematch. This is the first round robin that should be, or the second round robin that should still actually be the first. It's the first time that we see any rematches for split number 2. And this time, last time these two teams played, Jackie Love and Feng Yue were already in the dirt. So far, it's not a massive lead by any stretch of the imagination, but they haven't repeated history, which is a really big win for them as far as the series goes. Now, Wei is level 6, so it's an innate stat advantage. Does manage to take away the Raptors as well. And this Pantheon, with just the ability to consistently uptime his own camps and getting a couple of extra crabs, has been able to get that level 6 advantage early on. And we'll see whether or not Wei looks to try and capitalize on that. Because if we're looking at good lanes to try and invade or good lanes to try and ulti, I'm pretty much looking at that bot lane, and that's about it.
Oh, Tien's getting burned down. That's 2-level lead by Breathe, and he misses the flash. He is dead. Wei comes in to get the red buff, and IG are off to the races.
And Breathe didn't even have Equalizer to try and make that happen. Just overheated, and look at his build path as well, by the way. This was pretty much base damage Rumble. You got owned by plated steel caps, Tien, and that does not feel good. The Ignite came through as well to do a little bit of work, but the fact that you flag and drag onto your camp, 99% of times, exactly how you should clear your jungle. Unfortunately, the one time that Breathe is missing from top lane, he's able to walk in, find a quick kill for himself.
Oh,
no,
man.
Tien is just consistently feeling the hurt.
And he just can't get any help because Korean is also low in mid lane. He has not hit level 6 yet. He's being denied by Wei. And this tempo is so important for a comp like IG's. If they have an advantage, that means their poke hits that much harder, and it's that much more difficult for top esports to get into these fights.
Yeah, and for Tien, you may be thinking, hold on, there's an all-out top side.
Okay, I don't think he's going to get him. Nice little sidestep from Breed there.
But if you're Tien in this position, you're thinking, well, why don't you just go clear your other camps? At that time, there were no other camps up for him to clear.
Oh, a little 2v2 action here. Jackie Love trying to make good on that first meeting between these two teams in that bot lane matchup. The flash, and Jackie Love is stunting all over the person that he replaced. And Jackie Love steps up for top esports.
And that's what we didn't see in the first time out these two teams played up against one another. Jiaqi and Meiko had the run of this bot lane. Second time out, though, Fengyue, Jackie Love, they've played their stage games. They're happy to go with one another down to that bot side, and now they're starting to rule the roost. That was before Jackie Love had even used barrier as well, so that advantage very clear for the top esports bot side. They were winning that handily as Jiaqi and Meiko struggling their way now through this bot lane. A little bit of a CS disadvantage. That first kill going their way as well.
I thought I heard Warwick's hunt come up whenever that flash came out from Jiaqi. Jackie Love was looking ruthless, man. As soon as those movement abilities were gone, Jackie Love was going forward, and I love to see that from the top esports ADC. Though, Wei will be still reaping the benefits of this jungle matchup that's going heavily towards IG's side as he takes the grubs. Should be traded for the dragon, although not much help can be given over to this side, so it'll be just the 1-for-1 trade neutrals.
And in fairness, I do actually tend to favor the team that gets a dragon in this trade. I think that Soul just has so many more ramifications than those grubs do. And as far as the ability to use grubs in this late game setting, like in a side lane, for example, I'm not looking at Rumble. I'm not looking at the Xerath to be those massive split pushes through this mid to late game. But if IG can come in and stop this dragon, that completely changes the tide of things.
It really does, and they do just swoop in. You can tell top esports don't want to give this one up without a little bit of a tussle. Cream does lose a chunk of damage. It's going to be smelled away by Tien, and then Wei unfortunately suffers the punishment afterwards. Fengyue is the first one to go down in the fight. Now the Cataclysm comes in. The double at least comes through as double flashes from Wei and Meiko, but IG will make it out, licking their wounds here. Do lose the dragon to top esports.
Yeah, a little bit of an early smite, unfortunately, and that does cost Wei there. It means, yeah, that Tien able to just about secure that dragon. Top esports walk away with the objective that they set their sights on in the first place. Let's take a look at what happens here. Q smite just doesn't quite time it right, and Tien able to come in and take it. But you can see how much time Wei buys with his E. They're getting maximum amount of DPS from top esports into the Pantheon, and he's just taking no damage whatsoever by a well-timed utilization of that spell. They're able to come away with one quick kill onto Fengyue. You can see the power that Renard is going to have in this game, as he has a really, really solid showing, and you'd like to think that that can continue.
We are hitting those first item spikes now. Ludens, obviously there for Renard, but it is a Essence Reaver completed for Jackie Love, so opting into the more damage-centric style here right now for this bot lane, and I expect that play style to shift around towards that bot lane a little bit more if they can cut it. But that being said, there's really no objectives to speak of, so it's just going to be a farm fest for the next little bit. And I guess, do those first item spikes really adjust your thinking of how these teams bring up these fights?
I mean, not to deflate anything here. No, the compositions are the compositions that they are, and if the Xerath is landing spells, even with that first item, it's good.
Oh, they go straight for Fengyue, knowing that the spell shield is going to be used by Jackie Love. The execution is not there. Fengyue gets away, and now Tien has the opportunity for a rebuttal. It's like watching a volleyball match. Can they spike the ball right back into IG? That's the tidal wave going to be used. They're trying to cut the corner here. Jackie playing so scared. He just got himself killed because of the hesitation.
I think it's really tricky for him to get out either way. You know that the Jarvan's still got all of his cooldowns available, and you've got no flash. Ultimately, you put yourself in the alcove, and trying to get out of there was always going to be a tricky position. And Jachi there, unfortunately, very much mis-executing on the initial play. Hopped forward, missed both his W and his Q. Pretty much meant that Wei was trying to solo kill Fengyue, and in fairness, almost did it.
Almost did it.
But the Ezreal, one of these champs that can be very punishing. You miss your skill shots, you don't do damage. And in that case, it's the difference maker there. Fengyue should have fallen. Jachi missing out. But again, one of the powers that this Sivir Karma has is that they move really quickly. So trying to play versus or against the Ezreal can be a little bit easier.
And Tien played that so well by just hesitating, holding the ability to wait. Oh, Renard goes the wrong way with this. Q, it's fine. Wei's going to be in some trouble, but now we're starting to see the bread and butter of Tien just being constantly active, constantly a threat. He's going to get the all-out from his top laner. He's trying to kill Wei, but unfortunately, I think he's a little bit over Braun here, as he's in a 1v4 behind enemy lines, and will end up just going down. So, unfortunate play for Zuyan, and IG get right back to it.
The good news is that Tien knows that he can take his red buff now, and that's something that he wasn't able to do last time.
Oh, but he's on vision, you know?
Yeah, well, we'll see. I might even be wrong just yet. Really good equalizer from Breathe actually separated the rest of that fight, which meant that there's really no way for Zuyan to get any sort of support whatsoever. And this K'Sante has struggled. The nature of this matchup, especially when the Rumble takes Ignite, is that you kind of have to eat it early on and decide that you're going to be useful later on. A scoop in the mid lane goes wide from Cream, did force the flash out of the Xerath, which is a really big cooldown to keep track of. One of the small things here that I am going to introduce to the people at home is that the majority of this IG composition is based on execution. I did this earlier on, but I want to highlight why. These skill shots, Ezreal and Xerath, notorious for their poke. If it lands, I've already seen a couple of errant skill shots from these two in the early stages of this game, and if they don't land, that's a problem.
It is a little bit tough, as see if they can warm themselves up a little bit. And that's, again, going back to that same conversation of execution. It's a great word, but you got to reach the bar of it. And I think that's something that IG have shown some struggles with already in this game, but they have plenty of opportunities to make up for it. Speaking of opportunities, we have about 15 seconds till another dragon would spawn. Could be a second one stacking up for top esports. While we do have about 40 seconds for a Rift Herald as well. So some decisions need to be made on map priorities here by both teams.
I think it's a great time to circle back in with our junglers as Wei actually looking to find Cream.
Oh, he does find him, and here comes the Rite of the Arcane. Can't dodge out of that one. He's going to flash. Tries to get away.
Hold on, Cream!
Misses the Q. Cream almost gets away with everything there. Meanwhile, Zuyan, he's going to try to make his way away from Breathe, but Breathe is very fed at this point. About 1,000 gold lead for him. He's going to try to set it up for Tien. Tien gets the CC, and Zuyan gets the kill back on the Breathe. Meanwhile, 2v2 kicking off in mid lane. This is the LPL that we crave. Jiachi standing tall. Jiachi trying to get the kill back, but Jackie Love stands tall in his way. Mako now into trouble. There's the flag and drag. Cataclysm dunked by Tien. And then Mako makes it out alive. Now the Grand Starfall coming in. Wei going for multi-kills here. Goes for Tien. Now looking for more, but can't find much. He does get the kill back. TP coming back out from Renard to provide a little bit of reprieve.
Okay, so let's take stock. IG killed Cream down on bot side. They killed Tien in the mid lane. Off the back of that play where then Top Esports managed to save Zuyan on that top side, find a kill onto Jachi in the mid lane, and it's overall a 2-for-2 with this dragon looking to go to Invictus game.
Well, this is bold by Wei. Okay, he's going to smite it away. So it'll be 1-for-1 for the Dragons. Rift Herald is the next conversation as Top Esports deploy.
So This is the play in the mid lane. Jachi playing versus these minions is really, really difficult, and he finds that out the hard way. Look at the way that Jackie Love and Fungre start positioning around this cannon minion. Jachi can never actually land a Q and do that damage that we know Ezreal wants to do. Tien here very nearly getting caught in the headlights as he walked up, fired his ulti, and very nearly missed the auto attack, but did end up finding the kill there. Does fall as Wei is able to Grand Starfall in. This is a replay of what happened on this top side. He goes for the all-in. Doesn't have the vision on Tien to know where he is. Like Kutzwian here makes a really good early ulti to get off of the equalizer. Does almost get cut to a crisp, but fortunately gets a knock up on the Q3, and Tien comes in to save the day. We've got a Herald as well, Mazel.
Red Herald down to top esports, though. They're going to try to get out now with Zion, but he's getting diced up here. Wei getting in a little bit of trouble. Tidal Wave was used as a defensive tool. Renard is still trying to poke down. Equalizer goes in on the 3. Jackie Love gets cooked alive in front of his team as IG have now picked apart top esports. Some of this poke is landing, and that's all that matters. The execution bar has been met by IG, a 1.6k gold lead.
And they continue here to push the pace of this game. Renard on this Xerath continues to play very, very safely, continues to pump out that damage, and is actually doing a lot of work in these team fights. Just then we saw him landing a very crucial set of ultis, which were able to take down a couple of carries as well. And as we reach the late game here, Mazel, as well, this Xerath is going to become just an ult bot. We'll be able to step back and fire on full HP targets, but we take a look at how this fight broke down. Zion again trying to play in this front line, but takes too much damage before anything actually happens. And as Cream comes in, he's got a really good angle to go for a scoop, but IG just about backed themselves away in time. And a well-timed bubble from Mako keeps Cream from being able to do anything during the fight. And in the time that that bubble actually has him suspended, there's an equalizer that's gone down, Breather's cooked alive top esports, and Cream just has to sort of watch on with mercy as he thought that he'd be able to do more than he actually can get away with.
You thought you were roasting a pig on a skewer, but it was actually top esports. And that was an impeccable equalizer from Breathe. Again, somebody we lightly talked about coming into the series, and against a newer player now really strutting his stuff on his Rumble, which, by the way, doesn't have the greatest win rate in his career. But we will check into that because all that matters is recency bias. And if I'm looking at recency bias, it's this mid-jungle combo. I know you weren't the highest on Renard, but it's been Wei that has had twofold answers to what Tien and TES have been doing.
He has, and I wanted to circle back to what these junglers were up to. We highlighted this as our pick to watch the series, or through this series, and so far Wei has kind of had the run of things over Tien. There was a small moment through the mid game where Tien had a small gold lead, but overall it's been Wei just dictating what happens in this game, and you can see that emblemized in the scores of these two junglers. Wei 3-0-4, 7 out of 9 kill participation, where on the flip side the Jarvan 2-3-2 has fallen significant number of times in this game, and largely at the hands of Wei as well, as we see him continuing to push that, sneaking into this bot side jungle, try to secure a blue buff for the team.
About a minute 30 till the next dragon, so that'll be important for either side to continue stacking that one up, but it does fall to the wayside a little bit now that we're tied 1-1. Baron will be up on the table, but I don't expect either team to really feel confident in taking that one anytime soon. About 35 seconds for that one, but we are getting to those second item completions. Speaking of, Jackie Love now has his Navori Flicker Blades. You also have that Proto Belt there by Renard, so at least some items starting to come online in these scaling sides.
And you know, there's a lot of talk of controversy regarding Proto Belt or when mid laners need to take it. I think that in this game in particular, the Xerath actually has a really good argument to take it, especially if he's going to get scooped by Azir. That Proto Belt could be the difference between him getting caught and him not.
On the hunt popped. Right of the Arcane also going to be there. True surprise. Oh my god. It's just a bullet hell that Top Esports has decided to queue up to play here while they were playing a professional League of Legends match. As Cream tries to go for Renard, this is one of the problems for Xerath. If you don't hit these skills, then you can really get poked down. Tien was trying to lean over to help his mid laner, but now he's going to have to flash away. And now we have the double TPs coming in from the top laners, but Zion is so far behind the play. Cream is just getting burned down by Breathe. Immediate escape from Top Esports. They had to burn flashes for that, and they're going to get away, but they lost so much for it, and a ton of that prio around Rift Herald.
Yeah, Sub Turret goes up to try to give them some safety. Rift Herald is used to give Breathe gold, if I'm being honest with you. As the Baron spawns 20 minutes into the game here, we find IG 2,500 gold to the good, dictating how these plays are being made. And Israel able to push in another wave into that mid lane, takes a good chunk out of the tier 1 turret. When a Civil loses her tier 1 turret, that's how you know the game's looking pretty chalked. This champion should never get any damage onto her turret whatsoever, but you see Jackie Love continually trying to go for these fights up against Diachi.
I've got poke too.
He does indeed. The issue with this bot lane, though, for IG is that the Karma can do some good shielding. The issue for Top Esports is that IG have got healing to back it up.
Yeah. Again, this lead that IG has just suits their comp so well because they can dictate where Top Esports enters fights from. The poke is always going to be of detriment to those moments. As Dragon does go down, it'll be second Dragon for IG on their way to a Cloud Soul, which both teams would really like to have in their compositional strengths right now. We're going to see so much vision placed down towards this bot side for IG. They have complete control of that river with Grand Starfall. At least not Grand Starfall. It kind of looks like the animation there, but the Rite of the Arcane, rather, gets the kill on to Jackie Love, and you just can't run away from that. One spell shield will not block 5 shots of an ultimate from Renard.
Yeah, and I think caught window shopping there, still had flash available and was on the very edge of the range, so would like to think that he'd have been able to flash out of that, but IG get not just 1 turret, but 4 plates on the second one as well. That's a lot of gold. Yeah, it's split amongst a good few members, but a tier 2 turret in the mid lane looking a lot worse for wear, and Jackie Love sort of in a throwback to the last series that these two teams played against one another, having a bit of a stinker.
I know I'm maybe caster cursing, foreshadowing, whatever you want to call it, but man, if IG win this game and still continue to be the only team that's ever taken games off of TES in this split 2, that's just absolutely crazy. Cream gets a really nicely timed Emperor's Divide to get away from Wei. Breathe is the target here. He's got a pretty decent shutdown on him here. He's going to use the equalizer to try to equal things up as they do try to take him down. True Shot Barrage comes across. Tien almost dies. The heal has to come out from Feng Yue, but they still get the kill onto Tien.
Yeah, Summoner heal's enough, and Cream should be able to live on this bot side as we've got Proto Belt available as well, so has that little extra element of safety there. Jachi, you can see, looking to try and take this tier 2 turret down, though. Wei's moved in, and I think that that's going to be the call. These Rift, or the Grubs rather, going to help about in that aspect as well. So IG take 2 turrets through the mid lane, completely breaking open the map here. And even if the kill score wasn't dead either, or wasn't as one-sided as it is, these turrets are looking very good for them as well. Barrier is used here by Jackie Love, and then Renard not on vision, importantly. Opens up.
Oh, he started moving.
Oh, hold on.
Oh, hey, replay into another Rite of the Arcane as they try to chase down Tien. Zuion needs to be a little bit careful, but IG exerting their strength once again into the red side of Top Esports. Little contest coming through, but the red buff does go over to Invictus.
It does.
Oh, Cream just gets completely caught here. He's going to use the Proto Belt to get away. TP's coming in for Zuion. He should join in time, but he's on the other side of the wall. Needs to be a little bit careful. Instantly dashes over to get away. Is not going to get hit by the bubble. The Sun Disc comes up. Cream sets a defensive line, but it's IG still fishing with this poke that they have.
So my problem that I have with the way Top Esports are playing is they have this really good engaged style with Jarvans, Zuion going in, the movement speed over the top of them to make it easy for them. However, we haven't seen that be executed on a single time. We are using Sivir ulti defensively. We're using Karma Mantra shields defensively. And thus far, we haven't seen any access to Renard or Jachi.
All right, Smite Fight potentially incoming. Zuion is going to prod away as the control ward did come through. IG need to be a bit hesitant. You can see they immediately back off. Baron does reset there, so IG just trying to pull the chain of Top Esports.
This is the time now for Renard and Jachi, right? This is your window to start putting some poke down. I mean, if one of these shocking orbs lands and Jachi's nearby, I'm pretty sure the 2 of them have got the damage to take out. I'd say everybody outside of Zuion here. Tien, definitely not the most tanky member currently, with just the nerf treads and a little bit of armor that you get from the, I think that's a GA component. I'm not going to pretend that I can tell you the name of that one in particular.
What's your, just a real quick question, what's your scaling answer here for either side? Who do you recommend a little bit more if we get to another 10 minutes into the game?
It's again, Mazel, unfortunately, it comes down to can Top Esports get in there? Because both of these teams have got the damage in the late game, right? Like Xerath and Ezreal both do insane amounts of damage. Azir and the Sivir both do insane amounts of damage. I think that for IG, the game is just easier because they've got range. If Renar can land those right of the arcanes, the scaling factor, by way of how easy it is to execute, goes to IG.
Massive shutdowns on Renard and Way. I know that's juicy for Top Esports. You got to be careful on these entrances. You got to be really precise on where you are entering these fights. As Jackie Love tries to go back, this is the problem. You try to go back, and they immediately engage on you from decent range, and now he's just getting knocked up in the right of the arcane. It is artillery central for IG right now, and they're just calling in the shots. Although they will lose Mako on the back end, and maybe things starting to go a little bit upside down for them. Way trying to get one more kill. Tien is going to try to run down Way, but now Breathe is cooking with the Flame Spitter. Tien almost dying to Way outright. He's just going to commit to the kill and die. He didn't have the damage.
And that's the problem here. I'd be really interested to see the damage that Jackie Love dealt in that team fight, because it felt like he was playing dodgeball with his ulti, with Redemption coming through. Like, IG have just got so much more range. This Sivir can never play the video game, and it's absolutely brutal for Jackie Love here because he doesn't really doing anything wrong. Walking into the mid lane to try and clear it, Breathe spots him, puts the equalizer down. So let's watch the auto attack that Jackie Love can actually contribute in this fight. There's his ulti, he gets knocked up. Another ulti comes through, still not yet done any damage. Now Tien is doing a lot of work, Cream doing a lot of work to buy space for the Sivir, who's eventually able to turn around and throw one Q and one auto attack to contribute. So Cream actually in this fight is the real MVP for Top Esports. And it's still not enough because unfortunately Renard is never in danger. He's still got 75% HP. He's able to flash forward, find a couple of kills. And if they can't find access to Renard, to Jachi, then they can't kill them, which means they're going to kill you instead. And that's the issue with this composition that Top Esports have, is if they don't use those ultis on the Sivir, on the Karma Mantra Shield to get engages, the Jachi and Renard are going to run over them.
And I just got to keep some praise towards Renard. I know there's a lot of question marks going on. This is the guy that replaced Rookie? Why? It's because we had seen consistent performances out of Renard. And now he's sitting at 5-0-6 and has played the Xerath almost impeccably. And he's almost on 4 items now as well. As an incredible stat coming through. God, man, caster curses are a hell of a thing, aren't they?
He is indeed.
See him. I'm sorry, Renard. I'm so
Top
sorry.
Esports are winning.
Oh my God, they're actually going to take this. The equalizer comes down. Maybe it's enough. They get one back though. Way is already down. Zuion trying to go for gold onto Jiachi, but it's Cream that comes and slams it home as he's top of the podium for Top Esports. It's going to be straight to the Baron for them.
And that's why I was saying it's all about execution. If Top Esports can find Renard, can find Jiachi, they can win. But when they don't do that, they get owned. Now, Breathe has no equalizer, but he has got a Nami buffing him up. He might fancy this 2v3.
Breathe is strong, but the Emperor's Divine brings him right back, and you shall not rise to Shurima. You shall bow to it as Baron goes over to top.
And for no good reason here, Top Esports have neutralized the gold lead in an instant. And they've got the Baron to really put some damage into IG structures. There are so much gold standing on the map for Top Esports to go and claim. One pink port spots Renard.
I can't, bro. I'm sorry. I'm writing up my apology letter right now to Renard. I need his address.
I love the fact that he knew that he was getting engaged on. Final act of goodwill. Attempts to fire some ultis to the rest of the fight. It's heads up play, I'll give him that, and his ulti's going to be back up by the time he comes out anyway. But Mako this game, on this Nami, has actually been playing very impressively. Lots of really good bubbles, lots of good efforts and attempts at disengage. That's the reason they're able to pick off Zuion as well. As it does look like there are some issues with vis-a-vis connection, it looks like. But Top Esports just took the Baron. They find themselves now much, much better off. And we'll see what
I think I have a call incoming from the LPL officials.
I would not be surprised.
I think that's why the pause is there. I need to answer this really quick. Yeah, no, it's tough because from a prominent position, this comp is so strong, and we saw it for 70% of this game so far, but there's still a lot of game left to play, and it all comes down to that execution. You miss execute one time as IG, things start falling really far down, and now Top Esports can be in a very, very promising position with all their scaling started to come online, but also just a very stalwart team fight style composition with Tien leading the charge.
The second that you have the wherewithal to withstand the poke, this fight and this game becomes a lot easier for Top Esports because they can absorb the poke, they can run through it, and then look to find those engages. If they've reached that break point, the game becomes very difficult for Invictus Gaming. If they've not yet reached it, Top Esports are going to struggle their way through here, as it looks like we're getting back into the game. Obviously, Baron picked up for Top Esports the glimmers of a gold lead for them, but I would expect that to start to really escalate in terms of where they are gold-wise. They've got a lot of structure to try and take down, and with a Sivir and an Azir as well, they will just melt.
And before we get going to these kind of final moments in these games that are going to be coming up, the deciding factors itself, I mean, this is still a team for IG that was the only team to take games off of Top Esports. And it's been a lot of growing pains for Top Esports since then, but they've been very positive. And to see this clash once again and see Top Esports again kind of working at full form, or at least partial form here, much better than that first performance we saw from them, it's a refreshing feeling to see how toe-to-toe this fight is.
TP into the mid lane here. Big shield for Zwian. They know that it's Cloud Soul spawning in 1 minute 14.
Still a little early, though.
Yeah, it's something that they're going to look to try and work for. If they can take down the mid lane turret, take down the bot lane tier 2 as well, it's going to give them a lot more access to this bot side jungle of IG. And so far, so good. Cream on that bot side had been a menace throughout the entire game, really.
He's got a 2K lead now, by the way. He literally was down by 1.6K, and now he's up 1.7. So an almost 4,000 gold lead. Yeah, literally. I'm loving your puns tonight. Keep them up.
I'm trying.
Baron plays coming through here, though. They're getting so much gold off of this and immediately assuming pole position in this game number 1. About a 2.5K lead, and it's not going to slow down anytime soon. Still about a minute on the Baron buff, and they want to siege this tier 2. More plates, more money, and the threat of engage pushes IG off of the plates and off of the turret, as it's going to be Cream that secures that one.
This is where the karma really starts to come into her own as well, right? You have the karma just shielding everybody, so it doesn't matter who the poke goes on to, they're not going to quite have that much damage hitting them. Jackie Love fires 1 boomerang blade, takes Jarchi down 20% HP, and if that happens twice when they're sieging a turret, you're half HP already. So it's really difficult in this situation as IG to even try and get back out into the map. Look at the vision down in the bot side jungle. You can see Mako having to loosely face check, and there's a pink ward behind them as well. So not that there are any big TP plays, but I think that Cream, if you wanted it, could go for a nice angle into the backline and go for a big scoop there. See Wei, good time of things. Tries to secure his own Raptors, but it's been started. Cream's just going to take this solo if IG don't walk in.
Again, execution is the name of the game for IG. They need to find the way in. They need to find it fast. This could just be a dragon going over the top. Looks like they want to stick around for the fight, though. Renard may be overextending himself a bit. Breeze is going to get all out of by Zwian. Zwian get a little bit lower. That was a really nice equalizer, but it's off of the fight now, and now he's gone golden, trying to flash away, but gets knocked back with the Q3, and that's Zwian helping pick up the kill, and Cream is going to run down Wei now. Wei has fallen to pieces, and Jackie Love with Tien is setting him alight here, as that's going to be Renard caught out again. The immobile Xerath is bit down to pieces, and Mako and Jiachi are on the wrong side of the tracks here. Feng Yue is going to flash away from the True Shot Barrage, meaning that IG get literally nothing from this entire series of play. That is an ace. That is the game. Soul be damned. Top Esports said not today, IG.
And for 30 minutes, IG were winning game number 1. In the last 3, Top Esports clicked. They knew what their composition needed to do. They recognized the way to do it, and they come away here the victors.
Oh, way. This is a crazy start to what is sure to be a crazy day. But IG's streak against Top Esports will end. Top Esports have grown since that first series, and they have turned into a beautiful beast that we get to see absolutely rampage the league here across these last 4, now 5 series.
And that was that was incredible, because it looked like history was going to repeat itself. These two teams have already played in Split 1. very early into the season is going to be the final time they play one another for the regular split, but IG were, for 30 minutes, in the driving seat. They were loving life, having a great time of things, in a very good spot. But then they misexecuted one time. Mazel lost them the game by saying Renar was playing well. And then that's the definition of a caster curse, people.
It was so bad. That might be the worst caster curse I've ever had in my career. Like,
this guy's playing so well. Dies, loses the game.
Loses the game 5 minutes later. Oh my goodness. But hey, I'm gonna tip my cap on the execution part of things. You know, if they had executed more correctly, then the caster curse wouldn't have mattered, and you know, it would be an IG series. But that's a tough one to handle, right? Because something else for IG that we mentioned a little bit at the start of the show was they really like blue side. They're one of the only teams that picks blue side. They've had one red side game, and it was a loss. And besides that, all their wins have come from blue side, and you know that's comfort. The picks were pretty comfort, besides the couple, the Xerath being thrown in there. But it's also a factor of, you know, you lose a lot of momentum now going into the second game. Yes, you'll still have the pick prio, at least, of what you want going into game 2, but that's when you really want to have one to kind of set the tempo of the series.
Yeah, and I think that if Top Esports Series are anything to go by, and if history is anything to go by, it's looking like Top Esports could very well walk away with another 2-0 and be looking like the most unfallible team in the LPL so far, which, I mean, is crazy again to say, thinking of what this composition of players came in looking like to start off with. But I mean, I want to tip my hat to Cream as well for being the stable factor really through the majority of that game.
The only one.
A lot of the pieces were really struggling. He stepped up in that team fight where we were, you know, highlighting how Jakilov can't play the game. Cream was the one who was doing a lot of work, and then even when we got the Baron, he somehow turned it around to have a 3,000 gold swing in the space of 20 seconds. He goes down to the bot side, farms a load of turrets, manages to get himself even further ahead, and continues to be that threat into the late game. We knew that comfort for Top Esports was going to be a big part of this, and Cream having Azir really felt like it made a difference this time out.
Yeah, 3 of the 5 pieces, absolute comfort for them, and it showed. This top esports team does not stop amazing me in so many ways, because they just find ways to clutch out games. And I know a lot of the time, you know, in the history of the last couple of years, it's been, oh, BLG is this clutch team that, you know, some they don't really do great in the late game, but sometimes in the mid game they can really set things up. But it's been this top esports team for me that has really shown out this season on just being able to either pull games back or finish games strong, and that's such a valuable skill when we're getting further and further into the year, and internationals are going to start coming knocking that truly matter. And I think this top esports team, as we said before the series even started, and now after this game number 1, is a force to be reckoned with.
It absolutely is, and that's obviously very exciting, right? Like, Top Esports is a name internationally. As got some questions to answer, but definitely one that we are familiar with as they move into what could be a very prosperous.
And it's Zuion and Feng Yue. I mean, that's crazy. Like, these are the pieces that you needed to have to make this happen. It's insane.
And you know, there's the sort of esports adage that super teams don't work, and it feels like Top Esports have really emblemized that, and they've worked it out for themselves here, that actually if we pick up the right pieces in promotion of Feng Yue, promotion of Zuion, then put in a few really good veteran pieces, right? We've kept Cream, we're pulling Tien in now, and Jakilov returns to the Rift. We've got the good mixture of that veteran presence on top of these new pieces that learn how to play the game.
Yeah. And Jackie Love's just sitting over there like, hey, Mako, look what my support does now.
He wins me games.
Man, I'm so, just as a personal aside, I'm so sad that bot lane duo didn't work out. Like, I thought Jackie Love plus Mako was going to be like the most unstoppable duo I've ever seen, and it was quite the opposite there. It's still decent at times. But anyways, focusing back on this series itself, I guess before we get going to the MVP conversations, I mean, what do you pull away from this as IG? What are the learned lessons here of a game 1?
I mean, that's a really difficult question, because it feels like they played the game well for more of the game than Top Esports did. It just didn't matter because they were...
you would think Atacon was still in the game.
You would. You really would. There was just this one moment. 1,100 gold for Cream on that kill there to start what was this massive Azir turnaround. And I think that for IG, the learned lesson is put more wards down. And if we didn't see Renard get caught there, you know, the game looks completely different.
How much of a difference is it? Is it like game changing that it gets caught there?
If they got the Baron off of this, right? They took the Baron, they took all of those shutdowns. Cream never got touched again in these team fights because he's got so much gold, and anyone that tries to step to him just dies. Like, it's the massive gold swing, and the Baron tempo was absolutely massive.
It was, and you could see here again some of that execution conversation. Just a couple things going wide, some mystic shots not landing. You know, Xerath not being able to get his damage in. I think it's really telling that ease of execution for Top Esports kind of reigns supreme in the end here, because all it takes is one little flub, or maybe one big flub. But getting to MVP, who do you think it is?
For me, it's Cream. Tien played incredibly well. Tien played incredibly well in the back half of this fight. But Cream is the reason that Top Esports were afloat for the majority of that game. So I think that Cream gets a really big shout out. A small nod to Fungyue Nakama, played pretty darn well as well. But I think that Cream largely the reason that game wasn't a complete wash.
Yeah, I think Cream was kind of the unsung hero in a lot of, even taking a lot of the pressure earlier on in the game as well, even like kind of the bot lane ganks with the Sun Disc and all those things. So it's nice to see, but it is Tien who gets his MVP. He's just racking them up, man. The guy is coming back for his crown, hasn't won the MVP title since 2024 summer, and he's looking to make that right.
Yeah, I mean, Tien got ran in the early game, so I'm not giving him MVP. That's why
he got that one smite of the first dragon, all right?
Amazing. He lost about 70 camps back to back. This was, you know, that it's not my MVP. You know, me and the LPL broadcast typically were aligned, but I know that some people aren't. For me, this game, that's just not my flavor.
Understandable. You take a look at
the referee knows. The referee knows. Thank you.
Everybody else says jungle, so shout out to Ilya. But before we get going to game number 2, if you'd like to support the LPL English project, please consider becoming a Coffee member. Coffee is the best way to support us, as the vast majority of the payments go to paying the on-air talent, the broadcast package, and everything to make this a daily broadcast, except for the couple days that we have off this time around. That being said, if you do become a Coffee member, you do get access to our content a little bit earlier and potentially being able to put your input in for our questions once the internationals roll around. Go be a Coffee member today for LPL English's sake. That is all done. That means game 1 is all over. IG wishes that we could go back in time and chrono break to before Renard got copped. That's not possible. So they'll have to do something in game number 2. We'll see you there. Welcome back, everyone, to LPL English, your unofficial home for everything LPL. I'm Mazel, I'm joined by Rude Dude, and we've got Ilya behind us on production, and a very interesting game number one. I feel like if you stepped away at any moment before 30 minutes and didn't come back to the end of the series, you're going to be very confused at why Top Esports have a 1 next to their name, why IG have a 0, but Top Esports find a way yet again, just like they have over the past 9 games in a row.
It is a consecutive streak currently for Top Esports, and try as Invictus Gaming might, they have yet to be able to derail in Top Esports. And for what we thought would be the case, they were the only team so far this year that have taken a game away from Top Esports, and they took the series as well. Thought again, you know, like you say, 30 minutes into that game, we're thinking, yep, they'll probably do it again. Unfortunately not. We did end up
the narratives, Rude Dude, the narratives.
I know, it was so beautifully written. But unfortunately the script writers had other ideas. But Top Esports found a way back into that game. They found a way to put themselves with this 1-0. And for IG, they've now got to do all of that hard work all over again and then try and push it over the line.
Yeah, that's the toughest part when you lose all that momentum. To kind of pick yourself back up for IG, but for Top Esports, keep rolling ahead, right? Go with some more comfort picks if you can. You did have the Sivir for the first time of the split for Jackie Love, and obviously the Cassante as well for Zuyan, but still so many picks to be chosen through for Top Esports in terms of what they've been willing to play. Do wonder and would love to know your thoughts as well on the changes in the draft, and especially the bans in this one. Do you think Seraphine continues to be banned? Do we still see these big focuses for either side?
Yeah, I mean, I think Seraphine Bard don't make it off the ban table, I'm going to be honest. If they do, then they're going to get snapped up, and already we see some sort of inclination to change here as Top Esports now find themselves on red side, so it does switch over from where it was in the first game, and we'll take a look. Oh, not in fact the case, but the point being that they stopped those bans. Previously, it was the Seraphine and the Bard taken off the board as Top Esports were on red side. My apologies. And now they've taken away Orianna instead. So they're changing some things already.
Yeah, again, we go back to what we said about IG. They love blue side, man. Like, I think we were looking at it's like one of the only teams that's actually actively picking blue side, and so being able to get that comfort going for them, maybe a good step in the right direction. The Seraphine does get banned away, and just like in last game, though, they did ban away the Nocturne last time and left the bans on the other side for that Seraphine and stuff, but or at least the Orianna rather. But this time around, we do see the Jace taken away from Zuyan, something that he's been really willing to go for. We do see the Poke Barris gone away as well. So now I guess the conversation is, what are these junglers rocking in a game number 2 that saw game number 1 have so much impact from both of them across the board as Vi is the final ban for IG?
Yeah, I mean, we saw Nocturne taken away last time. Importantly, Bard's still up and available, and as well as IG actually have first pick this time
Nocturne. They banned the Orianna and the
Bard. Yeah, like we'll take both just to be safe, just to make sure.
Look at the UV.
The Bard still exists here. I don't know that it's the first pick champion that you want to go for, but Mako has proven very, very proficient on this pick. The Xin Zhao still available if either of these junglers want to take it as well. Wei has defaulted to this pretty much consistently. He's got 5 games on it from 5 series, so would not be a surprise to see him go for it. And if they go for the Bard and choose that that's the be-all and end-all, which I do like, it gives Tien an opportunity now to steal that away.
Sick. Would wonder though, like, are we gonna see the dip into the assassin junglers with the pick of the litter still available? Maybe getting, if we get that game 3, maybe getting to see that one would be a little bit fun, because like the Nefiri and stuff like that always crops up, like we were talking about before the series started. But if there are good picks on the table, you might as well just pick them. They have a 1-2 punch now as well, so we'll get a couple chunks of the Top Esports roster coming through here as Xin Zhao does get picked up.
I wonder what it is that they're going to look to pair with this Xin Zhao. Still a good plethora of mid laners available. Looking more at your mid rangers now, you could go for a Rise here if you wanted it. We've seen Cassio be taken just in general now, maybe more so than anything else, but with the Galio as well still an option here in this game if they want to go for something a little bit more protective focused. We'll keep our eyes out for that, but instead they go immediately Yunara.
This is, I feel like, a little bit of showing their cards here, because really one of the only duos, I wouldn't say the only, but the biggest duo with Yunara is Lulu. And the fact that Bard's already picked up, you're not going to get to ban that away until the next phase, and they probably are going to pick it in 3. So I'm very curious for Top Esports and how they're kind of approaching this draft here. But IG need to find weapons of their own to respond to a very hyper carry style from Jackie Love. It's going to be the Caitlyn for that range and that lockdown.
I really don't hate Caitlyn at all. I think that this is a heavily slept on pick and can do a lot of work, especially in the current season. So we'll see if that's going to be the case. Yeah, IG defaulting back to Renard being a stun bot, somebody who's going to be more facilitatory in this game. Typically when we see him take these picks, he's going to go down in gold. He's playing to support the team here, and we'll see whether or not he can do that on the Annie. The Lulu likely to get locked in here, and then we'll see what other picks IG want to take on that top side, because this Annie's a great stun bot, great for a little bit of burst, but not enough to burst somebody down, and we're going to need more damage out of IG, that's for sure.
It was always going to be the Lulu. It's always going to be it. In the second phase, though, we are seeing some Assassin junglers taken away from Wei, as well as the Nafiri is going to be banned away by Top Esports to kick it off.
I wonder if we're then going to see a secondary sort of Kiana-esque ban, right? Nefiri Kiana-esque ban that's going to go their way, or if we're going to see Wei be forced onto something, maybe just like the Skarner, that puts them in a position where you can set up for the team, but I think that's going to give Breathe the opportunity to really have to put the carry shoes on more so than anything else. I like that Zwion is going to end up with counter pick in this one. Looking at what Top Esports are going to go for, expectation here is that you just go for something with a little bit of range in that mid lane to be able to handle the Annie. Syndra is open for him if he wants it. Victor's open as a typically very good answer. Wouldn't be surprised to see either of those hit the ban table. I mean, the Syndra Xin Zhao duo is lethal as far as a 2v2 goes, so taking that one off the board for me feels like a good hit as IG.
Yeah. Did you know that Lee Sin's getting wins in the big 2026? It's a crazy thing. Yeah, it's wild. I'm glad to see that one banned away, as that's not a statement I was expecting to be able to say, at least even this split itself. But Vayne is going to be the final log away, just in case we're going to see a ranged top laner come in for Zwion. But I heavily doubt that with the way that Top Esports are building their composition. A lot of this already is set up around Jackie Love to be that hyper carry and to try to put Xiaoqi in the dirt. Now, that counter pick's still going to be available. We'll see what they'll leave it up for. It does look like it's going to go Zion's way.
And the Rise. Okay, this is maybe one of the lower tier picks I would have expected to see get locked in. Versus an Annie in particular. Annie does really well versus his mid-range mages because she can actually stun them and do the damage, whereas something like a Syndra you can always keep at arm's length. But the Rise gets locked in anyway. It is going to be a lot of damage later on for Cream, so hopefully that is going to be used quite nicely for him. As we get to see now what it is that IG look to blind pick for Breathe up on that top side. It's just the safety of the Gnar, and Breathe on the Gnar has had some really good performances so far this series, this split, so hopefully he can return IG to their winning ways.
I do like the Gnar. Gives you some variance in how you can engage comps, but also does have a lot of follow through with the setup that IG have already cooking for themselves. And Zwion going to have a big weight on his shoulders for what he wants to counterpick into that. The Wukong, a comfort classic for Wei, will come through, giving him that skirmish potential from the jungle that we know and love.
Oh, okay, yeah. So that's going to be some good team fight setup for IG. But Top Esports here, I mean, it's very clear what they need to do in this game. And I think that if they lock in the Ambessa, that really solidifies their idea that they've got in their heads, and we'll wait to see before it gets locked in that is the case. But with the Ambessa locked in, it confirms they've identified Xiaoqi this game, and he will be dying a lot is the ideal, right? With Ambessa, with Xin Zhao, your job is to kill Xiaoqi. If you do that, you're probably going to win the fight, because the damage from IG across the rest of it, yes, you know, Breathe can do some damage, Wei can do some damage, Renard can do some damage, but they're not your consistent DPS threats. And they are in the same vein as an Ambessa, as a Xin Zhao. Whereas on the flip side for Top Esports, they've got Yunara, who's buffed up by a Lulu first of all. They've then also got Rise, who's going to do a significant chunk of damage as well, where IG just don't have that being matched, and they don't have that be-all and end-all front line to
That's the
generate any
toughest
sort of
part.
compositional advantage either.
Yeah, nobody's going to be able to catch that incoming rocket that is top esports because there's not many options for them. Maybe the Tempered Fate, things along those lines. But we've also been seeing Mbessa just kind of cook across every league in League of Legends right now. So I think this pick is just ridiculously strong. Zuyan obviously picking this one up for the second time in the split itself, but still a very strong pick in and of itself and provides options for top esports. When I'm looking at that bar of execution, I still see the easier bar on top esports because they can clump together and become this unstoppable meatball that can have engages, whereas you really needed to rely on a couple key pieces for IG. The engages are going to be extremely important, and we're still looking at the jungle primarily. Game 2 between IG and top esports kicking off now. Well, we're going to get a level 1 stun. League of Electrocute.
Yeah.
As Mbessa, Annie, Bard.
And more importantly...
and Invades.
Yeah.
This is sneaky as hell, bro. Come on.
This is crazy work. He's I mean, it's in no way sneaky. Tien is... I mean... This is bold-face Xin gaming, and he sees Wei walking into.
Have you ever
his
heard
jungle.
of this, Have you ever heard of the sneaky male in sea lion culture?
No.
Okay, well I don't want to go into it because it's probably not appropriate, but
I see.
maybe
That's what's going
Tien's a
on
sneaky male. Yeah.
Okay.
So that blue buff is gonna just get eaten up by Wei. We have a very interesting path ahead of us for both junglers. How did they get out of this? What's the way out?
They have to meet. Like, they have to meet somewhere, right? And Tien is in a prime position to just go and gank bot lane. He's decided
They're going
that
to guess 50-50.
Doesn't want to do that. Maybe Wei walks out through Tribrush. Oh, no, he ganks mid lane instead. Oh, I love
Oh, my
this.
God. Wait, but does Renard know? He doesn't. Oh, no. Oh, no, Tien. He is truly a sneaky male here. He goes right into the side, but unfortunately the... dash was already used by Tien, so they do get his flash. I'm sure that'll be returned to, and keeping Annie off of flash with her stun setup is important.
Yeah, I have to think Tien just didn't have one of his crucial spells. I mean, he's level 2. He doesn't have all of his spells ready to go. But what's actually happened is Wei's full cleared the entirety of Tien's bot side. So they're going to probably meet around the blue buff once again, and the Annie not having flash gives Cream an opportunity to sort of set up prio, but that Rise has got negative mana, so he needs to go back to base, come back out onto the map. And right now I think Wei is just absolutely loving life because he's picked up all 3 of the bot side camps of Tien and is also going to be able to secure all of his top side camps as well.
I just have, and I think rightfully so much hesitancy anytime I start seeing a lead for IG after that first game. Because when you're winning the game for 30+ minutes and then you lose the game, I think that's obviously...
at 34 as well. Like, it wasn't like...
yeah, it wasn't even that much further afterwards. So, like, it's a tough position to be in and really just kind of keeping that keen eye on IG as we go through the motions of this early game here. Tien's going to be able to take down some of that vision that was set up by IG. There's going to be the redeploy to mid lane by Renard as he takes the TP for himself. And we are going to spot Tien crossing mid lane to go for some prio on the, at least the Scuttle Crab here, not the Grubs. And about 1:20 till the Dragon comes up.
Well, bot had prio here, and it looks like IG not communicating that they want to either stop this or maybe just deciding, you know what, we've deprived him of enough. We can give him a Scuttle Crab. But it's the case that Tien actually not incredibly far behind right now. Has yet to recall once again, so we're seeing this change up in how the junglers are looking to play out with Tien looking to sort of do a couple of clears before he goes back to base, where Wei wants to get one quick clear done, recall, and get back out on top with that slight advantage in the items. The longsword already picked up for the Wukong as he's able to clear his full topside jungle and then move his way in. I did see a ping on the minimap there, sort of question marking that the Wukong would be on his Krugs, so for the time being, Top Esports have got no idea where Wei is.
Information game has started. I want to do a little check-in before maybe this top lane becomes either irrelevant or super relevant. We're really looking at an all-in on the 1v1 up here between these two. I mean, obviously you have that kind of fleet footwork for the sustain from Breathe, but the Electrocute for the Ambessa just looking to make it most advantage of these trades, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And it really, as well, emphasizes the bursty nature of the Ambessa when we move into this mid to the late game as well. Right? If you take down Tiachi using that Electrocute, happy days. We have successfully completed our job. And likelihood is that we'll be able to use Jackie Love to run the game and run the fight from there. But if you aren't able to do that, that's then a bit of a problem, as we do see with this Bard Portal.
Oh, they took the bait. Top Esports took the bait holistically here, as they're going to be in some trouble. Flash is still available. Jackie Love going to hold both of his summoner spells, standing strong against the aggression of IG. They will try to make a play on bot side, maybe propel this into the Dragon if they want to. But it is going to be a little bit of presence for IG on bot lane.
The good thing is that at this stage in the game, Cream doesn't have the mana to just 1v1 Tibbers. Like later on, Tibbers melts like butter, but current stages, Tibbers is going to be a really big threat. And they may not have found any kills there, and I don't think they were ever going to, right? If Bard doesn't land a stun, the Wukong doesn't really have the CC pre-level 6 to make anything work. Tien's walking his way in here, but he's got to walk through 4 members without really any support, so decides against it and decides the right way. That is not the right decision for him. As that race to level 6 for both of these junglers continues, feels like at the minute Wade just that little bit further ahead as his camps are going to start respawning sooner.
Jackie Love getting a hefty trade onto Janti in the bot lane in the 1v2. But once we get these level 6s, I do expect a little bit more skirmishing. Oh my god, Cream taking a brunt of damage there. I was going to say he does have the Realm Warp. Will be able to get out of lane if he would like to, but Renard getting a little bit low on mana there. Breathe and Zuyan actually going at it up here. Level advantage for Breathe as he's going to use a public execution to get out of the wallop. Still gets hit by the ult, but not into the wall, so he doesn't get stunned. But it's going to be Zuyan who's trying to run away, get a little bit of damage down, but it's going to be a flash play from Breathe with the KO E-mode and the solo bolo for the top laner of IG. Meanwhile, IG trying to make more plays on bot lane. Feng Yue going down to the swing of the Staff of Wei, and that'll be 2 quick kills and a 1.2k gold lead early into the game for IG.
Oh, the minion's going to come and interrupt the recall. Oh, Mako. Okay, never mind. I thought you could have queued through there, but Cream's gone and ghosted down to this bot side, yet to really find anything from it, as Wei and Tien actually also going to skirmish in the jungle.
Our Cream coming around the corner now. Crescent Guard has been popped there. He's going to buy a lot of time with it now as well. Wei can't really do much, and now Cream is starting to lay in waste onto IG. That's going to be Flash coming out from Mako. Realm Warp coming in. That's multi-members coming through, but right into a 2-man stun. It's going to be blood everywhere here in game number 2, but Chachi is going to fall to the hand of his replacement, Jackie Love. And they picked this comp for the Yunara, and guess who just got a heap ton of gold? Jackie Love.
And that's what they need, Top Esports. That's a really big swing back. The bot lane was looking disastrous. Top lane just got solo killed. And it felt like Top Esports had no place to go. Finally, though, an overextension in the bot side from IG cost them. This is a replay of the top side fight. Breathe things level 7, and Zuyan knows that he's got a level up timer coming as well. So goes in, clears out those few ranged creeps, goes for the 1v1 after the fact. But Breathe, I mean, simply put, lands everything. Just the edge of this wallop is enough, and it's a really well-timed Q into Flash Auto to secure all the damage while that CC is still applied. Now down on this bot side, I felt like Cream had sort of gone a little bit too early here, using the Ghost before the fight had truly erupted. But this portal from Mako, trying to put them forward to take out Tien, at this stage in the game, a Xin Zhao with Crescent Guard is just too tanky. Like, you can't actually get Diachi in and out safely. So he knows he's got to play safe.
A flash from Jackie Love. Oh my god.
It's such a good flash. He flashes away from the stun, flashes away from Renard, and that is all that he needed to do to then start running through this fight.
It's going in my top plays of the week bank right there. And that's an incredible setup from Jackie Love, right? And now him and Cream are going to be feeling themselves in this game. And that lead that IG had meticulously carved out in the early game is now just vanished. The Dragon's still in theirs, though. You do end up seeing a little bit of pressure on the bot lane as well, but I want to check back in on these junglers as Wei's trying to get back out onto the map. There is some deep vision in his blue side of the jungle, but Tien has done everything to catch back up to Wei.
Yeah, and once again here, it's Tien, who's, despite slightly rough early, finding himself with a little bit of an advantage. Again, this is a Xin Zhao who had his entire bot side cleared without any sort of recompense. There was no counterpunch from IG. He just lost his bot side. Now he's looking for Cream in the mid lane, who has no flash.
A little bit dicey. Gotta try to answer those flashes where you can. Jackie Love, he does not have flash. Speaking of, it's gonna be your fight right back though. Yeah, he's got to be really careful about this setup, but Mako does as well. There's gonna be the Eye of Ruin that does not end up striking home. Jiachi trying to go for the kill on the Feng Yue, but he uses the vision really well. Tien was thinking about taking the Mystic Portal, or at least the Magical Journey. We do get a 1v1 in the mid lane. Cream is dying to a big old bear with a backpack. He does end up getting away there. IG strike across, but don't get much back for it.
Merc Treads plus Phase Rush there, enough to save the Rise from any potential danger, which is always nice to see. And you can see that really Merc Treads is all you need versus Annie to be able to weather the storm, but Renard actually once again continuing to give lane priority to his jungler, meaning that this Annie can move if they needed it to be the case, as it was. The entire bot side had recalled, and it's not particularly important, but the Annie not doing too badly just yet, and that's important. What I will draw your attention to, Mazel, is the fact that this Annie is already behind in gold. Typically, this is a champion that falls behind as the game gets later because her ability to side lane isn't necessarily as strong. You want her grouped up with the team, and you tend to sacrifice quite a lot of damage or quite a lot of waves to make something happen with your team. The fact that Renard is already down in gold is a pretty big indicator for a bit of a canyon opening up as this game gets into the later and later stages. I think the top esports, they can weather this storm, they're going to feel very happy, and they can use that late game scaling of the Yunara, of the Rise to really come out and do well.
Another all in there coming through, but not much else to speak of it. But yeah, it's a very, very tight-knit game right now, and that's what I love to see between these two. And it was, decently in IG's favor for the majority of it. But I think the thing, we have potential invade actually coming down from Tien here. He's going to try to play on the way, sneak around the corner. Thought he was going to try to steal the crop. He's going to get out of there. This TP's coming back. He needs to be a little bit careful, but it's so funny to see the evolution. Just a year ago, this IG team was a star-studded roster of just such importance to come back in the league, trying to regain some of that respect in the league. And in 2025, it didn't really work out for them. I think we saw some bright moments, we saw some great times, but it was slowly and surely not panning out to that giant success they had, ending with the unfortunate loss to T1 at Worlds. And now coming into this year, there were so many question marks, so many people sitting out. What was this team going to look like now? And honestly, they kind of breathed themselves back to life here, pun intended.
Yeah, I mean, the IG dynasty, or not dynasty, but the idea rather of their composition of players for 2025 is completely different to the one that they've got going into 2026, right? They basically built a super team for 25, and yeah, it made it to Worlds, but it got immediately knocked out in the play-ins. And they played up against T1. It was never going to be an easy series, but they weren't able to make it stick anyways. Miko looks free.
Cream's in a little bit of trouble here. Does have flash. Oh my God, Renard doesn't hit the combo. That's gonna sting. Flash did get burned by Cream, but I think he's gonna be dancing around that one perfectly fine. That is unfortunate for Renard, and we'll need to kind of revisit that. Does have his flash, so next time Tippers is back up, we'll be able to use that one. But for now, at least something to revisit for IG. We are getting a little bit further on into the game. Obviously, quest's going to be completed here very shortly, but I'm looking at second items that are going to be started to work on. Everybody's got their first items here. We've got the GLP coming through for Jiachi here for that range. And potential stun not coming through from Renard.
The GLP is a throwback that I didn't know I needed. That's I like that a lot. I'm curious about the second pickaxe as to what that's building into. Because
IE,
it could
baby,
be,
straight damage.
It needs to be IE. If it's collector, that's a problem. But yeah, this second pickaxe is showing that Jiachi, and I'm a big fan of this on Caitlyn. Like, just actually saying that attack speed is fake. You play for headshots, you play for DPSs. We're going to go again bot lane.
Magical Journey coming in, double knock up there, and it's Jackie Love that is shredding through them. You cannot go into a stacked fight like that, as it's going to be the ace in the hole blocked by Feng Yue. It should be fine and dandy for Top Esports' bot lane. No summoner spells burn.
Oh, but Jiachi here actually doing some good damage back, it's worth saying.
Ooh, they were thinking about the Realm Warp. The realm warp. Here they go, here they go, here they go.
They're doing it.
Jackie overextended way too far. Temper Fate's going to try to buy time. Jachi's going to try to make it over. He's going to try to flash. Is it enough in time? The knockup's coming through. One more auto, and it's going to be Jackie Love that claims his life once again. The Reaper has come for you. Meanwhile, Breathe looking for the solo bolo again. Could he get 2 in a row? Dodges out of the public execution. Zuyan is going down like a heap of stones to Breathe. The shield, it's just enough. Zuyan uses the passive to make the difference.
I mean, that's like Breathe playing perfectly, and then Zuyan's cooldowns being just short enough to make it stick, which, you know, if you're playing actually perfectly as Breathe, you know that you're not going to get that kill there, or you have to step forward and, you know, auto-attack through the shield, but Zuyan coming away from that alive is absolutely incredible, but it's really good to see because on the bot side of the map, things are going well for them as well. IG, though, they've started up this Herald. Renard ready with the stun, trying to zone away top esports.
And again, he has the flash. He has flash tibbers. He can make something happen here. Breathe getting engaged on now, about to get the Mega Gnar, but Tien's on his way. He needs to be a little careful. Zuyan does a lot of damage. Tien going to show himself there, and that Rift Herald did go over to IG, so far they've had full topside objective focus completed for them. Meanwhile, Cream is going to try to get the trade on the turret in the bot side.
And top esports already in this game with a gold lead. It is scary for me as if I'm looking at this from an IG perspective. They're relying very heavily on this Gnar to come out of the top side and start to demolish the rest of top esports because everywhere else on the map is really starting to come alive here. Jackie Love able to sustain that fight down on the bot side, turn the 3v2 in his favor. Cream continuing to push that gold lead in the Rise versus Annie matchup that we expect to happen. And Tien even on this Xin Zhao once again proving that despite the slightly rough early game that he found, he's able to come out on top and start to have a little bit more agency, that just a little bit more impact.
Oh, Mako, you're getting chased down. Jackie Love, he transcends himself and he wants to kill his old bot lane duo. Tibbers comes down and stops him in his tracks, but Tien gets the rebuttal for him. It's going to be focused onto Renard now as Jackie Love has fallen, but it'll be a quick couple kills going over to top esports, potentially looking at the Dragon now as well as mid turret does go down.
Yeah, IG didn't commit Jachi to this play. They also didn't particularly commit Breathe, who is now going to TP down to this bot side. Dragon has been started by top esports. Nard did just turn out of Mega, so I don't think there's anything to be done here. It looks like it's just going to be Breathe trying to work his way through that bot tier 1 turret, if anything else. But IG, they make a play that commits, or they commit to a play without their marksman, and you know, they lose the fight, but their marksman gets gold, so they're going to be happy with what they made. They sort of made their bed, now they've got to lie.
Yeah, and Jackie Love just kind of feeling himself there, walked straight into an Annie.
Flashing forward into Annie Xin Zhao to chase him off.
That's perfectly Jackie Love in a nutshell, though.
I see. Okay. Not perfectly marksman, but perfectly Jackie Love, which is
flash forward, no ragrats.
And that's fine. I hope that Jackie Love has no ragrats about any of this, as we see Jiachi in a little bit of that Caitlyn mid-game trough right now. When that Infinity Edge comes online, hey, we're happy. We're back to being booming in the state of the game, but right now, not the best position for him. As Renard, you can see, like this is a winning trade for him. But
that was his whole kit.
Yeah, Cream is just going to start.
Oh my God, breathe a menace. He's like 2K gold lead over Zuyan. He's taking Tien's jungle, takes away the blue buff on an energy champion. You'll love to see it.
And took away.
It's not energy, just no mana champion.
Yeah, I mean, if you can, why wouldn't you?
Cooldowns, you know.
When in Rome, right? If I have an opportunity to invade the bot lane jungle, hey, there's a blue buff. What am I going to do? I'm not just going to leave it there. He also took this bot lane turret, right? There were 2 plates still left standing on that, so that's 2 plates worth of gold plus the turret gold itself that went their way. And like I say, IG very heavily reliant on Breathe this game. I'm going to be honest. It's a story that IG have been, I won't say relying on, but that might feel familiar for them for this split in particular. And we'll see whether or not he can do what he's had to do in a couple of instances thus far.
And I really want to see what Wei is going to try to do with this Rift Herald. Still some standing gold, but there's no outer turrets left, so it's going to have to be a tier 2 that they go for. As Wei steps forward, almost dies for it. Jackie Love going to get a trap put under him. He's going to have to be careful now as he almost gets flashed on Renard, what was that? Oh my God, my eyes! As we do see Cream on the back line trying to go in, but it's going to be the engage coming through from Zuyan that sets everything up with the wild growth on top of it. I thought I was seeing ARAM mayhem happen on my screen, but it's really just top esports trouncing IG.
And Breathe, unfortunately, not able to get in or do anything.
Oh, Breathe is just dead. Tries to go for the Miracle Gnar play, but it does not work. And TES stand strong. They will not go quietly against IG. They will not repeat the mistakes of their first series in the split, and they are looking to hammer this one home.
And this is the composition that scales better, Mazel, that has currently got a 2.5k gold lead once all's said and done. That's not good, as IG here, they are relying so heavily on Jachi to be able to carry this game. And Top Esports have done such a good job at preventing this. I want to call out Fengyue throughout this entire fight, okay? First part of this, Mikhail's onto Jackie Love so that he can immediately get involved. Secondly,
oh god, oh god, oh god.
Renard, we don't need to talk about it. It's not good for the mental. But then when Tien goes in, look at Fengyue and the aggression that this Lulu has. Flash in, get the double knock-up onto IG. Let's make sure that this is a signed, sealed, delivered one fight with no chances of it going badly. And that's exactly what he did. Fengyue in this one, you know, Lulu playing very hard to highlight and fall out as being incredible, but I think it's worth it in this instance. You know.
And again, he's such a new prospect, at least on this team, and being able to find his function, be able to find his way forward when this meta is shifting away and into those enchanters, that feels so damn good. And for Top Esports, to go back to the draft, man, this was literally, they flipped their hand for, if you're playing some poker or whatever, they literally showed IG what they wanted to do, and now they're just hitting them over the head with it, as this duo is just lighting up the game in Jackie Love and Fengyue. And now these fights are going to be harder and harder. You have another Dragon coming up. This is sole point for Top Esports. You're starting to get backed on the edge of the cliff here as IG.
It's unfortunately going to be all too soon before they end up being in a really, really bad spot and sort of falling down.
I just can't, bro. I can't, please. Just let Renard hit the timbers one time, please. Like, just let him do it. Just let him hit it.
Nice. This is I will say then, the problem with playing a mid-range mage versus ultimately what is still mid-range.
Oh my god, now he's just dead. Oh, Jackie Love ends his life.
Okay.
Maybe he'll take those 40 seconds to think about himself and get back onto the rift, as Baron's going to be going down quick to top.
Now, typically with no mid lane on the map, Baron's a really good part to go for, but with the impact that we've seen from Renard this game, I don't think it's as big a deal as maybe we might have initially hoped, as IG are going to look to come in. They try to stall.
Okay, there's the engage. Leon wanted to go for it. All ham as a couple lockdowns come through. Tien just says, let's go. He's going to pop the Crescent Guard. Mako just ceases existing. Jachi is on the wrong side. And in the battle of Jachi Love versus Jackie Love, I'll take the real thing 10 times out of 10. They are just smashing IG piece by little piece into smithereens. And that's going to be more kills going down. Wei and Renard, the only ones left. Dragon number 3 in the eyes of Top Esports.
Say what you will about the laning of Zuion in this series, but when he's turned up to these team fights, he's done his job perfectly. In the Cassante versus Rumble, he got slammed in the early stages of the game, but did he play Cassante well in team fights, landing crucial knockups? Absolutely. In this matchup, where he's playing Gnar, or playing Ambessa versus the Gnar, he picked this matchup, so I would have expected him to do a little bit better in the laning phase. But again, got handed a rough lane, comes out of it into these team fights, is crucial in the starting of these fights. Finds a really good public execution there to start the fight for Top Esports and pushes that gold lead ever further into their favor. Now actually ahead of Breathe, albeit by 98 gold, but finds himself with a decent advantage, as really Top Esports had everywhere but the top lane going their way, and now for Invictus Gaming, there are no shining lights.
And the night and day. I think if we would have seen this when it was supposed to happen in the second round robin, not in the middle of the first round robin, I do wonder what the differences would be like. But this is night and day Top Esports. This is a team that came out the gate and got smashed. Let's be real. By IG in their first series of the split, 2-0. Their only losses so far, and they faced some of the best competition that LPL has to offer this split. And here they are, righting those wrongs, winning the 2v2 in bot lane, having Tien actually have some control in the game itself. And it's been really awesome to see this kind of total difference from this team.
And I actually think that Fengyue here deserves, again, not just for this game, but just in general, a large amount of praise for being able to facilitate this growth in himself, but in the bot lane as well, right? Well, we know what we're getting with Jackie. He goes very aggressive.
Dude, he is literally just sitting in the bush by himself with the team behind him. I love it. Oh, it's Beyond. Okay, he's getting flashed on. He's going to die. The wall-up is enough, and a big shutdown actually goes over to Breathe.
Yeah, I mean, if I'm IG right now, this is how I have to win the game, because Breathe has consistently been dumpstering Zuion in these side lanes. Breathe, even with the disadvantage there, comes out on top and manages to find the flash play to get the 1 versus 1 kill. And that kind of opens up the map now for IG. I'd really like to see them use this side lane. If I'm Breathe, I'm going Blade of the Ruin King next, right? Like, I do not care to team fight. Give me the side lane, give me the 1v1.
That's the power of it. The Ambessa will always have utility to get onto the back line. The Gnar has to be a little bit more precise on his entrances in these fights, and that's really been the difference. Like, the lane, I mean, that's multiple solo kills for Breathe. Let's just be honest. It is going fully Breeze's way when it's just him and Zuion. When it comes to team fights, it's a little bit of a different story so far. As we do get back to our graces as we're getting into the side lanes here for both teams. No objective really to speak of for a little bit, dragging at about 2 minutes, which is a timer that IG need to keep an eye on, because this team with Cloud Dragon, yeah, that's terrifying, Rude Dude.
It's not a good one, and it's not what you want to see, really.
Everybody on their team uses it well.
Yeah, and then with Actualizer finished as well, Cream's just charging at you, Super Saiyan. Like, I think that the way that Top Esports sort of neutralize this is they send the Rise to answer the Gnar, and they've done that pretty nicely here, because Cream can always wave clear and do it at range, where, you know, Breathe here probably going to need that Wit's End to be finished before he can actually handle the 1v1 versus the Rise.
With Mortal Reminder completed there for Diachi, so trying to cut down on some of this healing that's going to be coming through from the Lulu and everyone else on the team pretty much. See how much value that's going to be getting here, but
I mean,
about a minute
is the item that you really want to get.
That's what I was getting. There's so many shields, man. It's
who's
insane.
Building Serpents and us not calling it a bit of grief? You know, like, Jiachi is probably the one who has to go Serpents, but you don't really want to do that before 100%.
Nah, you really don't.
Yeah, it's going to be rough. It's a 5th item that you need to get, but you're not getting to 5 items this game, unfortunately, unless some absolute miracles come to bear.
About a 4.6k lead, a minute on the Doomsday counter, at least one of them here for IG. Got to find a way to enter into this fight coming up. Is there any saving graces? Is there anybody on IG that can really step up with the item completions here to make the difference?
I think that Jiachi, with these 3 items, has an opportunity to do a lot of work. Breathe is still quite far away from having what I presume is a Wit's End finished up for him to be able to run away in that side lane, so I wouldn't expect this to be too easy for him up against Cream, who's like pretty much a full item ahead of him at this stage, so it really comes down to Jiachi, and the problem is that Zuion, Tien, Cream, and Jackie all out-level him and can quite easily handle this Caitlyn at this stage.
He's got some healing. Jiachi's back a little bit. But my God, that was one non-transcended Q proc and lost almost half his health. This is a predicament because they have no vision here. Cream and Tien and the rest of Top Esports can really use this banana brush to be a nuisance as they get the engage. There's a wild growth combo again on a Mako. He's down. The gold lead is just that damn big, and the wall is too damn high for IG as they are losing everything here ahead of the dragon fight. Cream goes in for the multi-stun, gets one here. Tien ends up cleaning that one up. Breathe trying to get Mega. Is it enough? Will he have the damage? He doesn't, and that's a full and total ace of IG and potentially the game.
And it just wasn't even close, unfortunately. Mako unable to do anything in that fight. He's the one who gets caught by the public execution and just gets absolutely bopped by Top Esports. And the rest of the squad don't really have anything left to say either. Jiachi without a particular front line. Breathe doesn't have Mega until the very end of that fight. Ranar goes and does a little bit of damage onto Fengyue, but isn't really able to contribute anything to these fights. And Top Esports, evergreen in these team fights here, so happy, so able to just take these, and you can see as soon as Jiachi opens up, Sion's like, yeah, you can't do that, buddy, and double knock up on the wild growth once again. Credit to Fengyue here as he absorbs the Annie damage and also finds a double knock up there. Jiachi channels his ulti on the wrong side of that, which means that with a ghost popped, Cream knows I can still close this gap. I mean, credit to Breathe for trying to step forward and block some of the damage, but unfortunately with the root down, it's too easy for Tien to get in, finish off that kill. And for Wei there as well, a little bit of a whiff on the flash. Tried to get in and try and assassinate Cream, but I have to imagine with the Lulu there, that's not happening either. That's that doomsday clock that you talked about there, Mazel. Cloud Soul picked up 40 off esports.
It's midnight at this point, and IG, they are struggling here in this series, and a little bit of introspection on that last fight is very broken up team fight there, where multiple members, at least now we're seeing a little bit more of a team-centered fight as Breed just initiates it completely. Mako's just gone. Jackie Love is ripping and roaring again as he flashes over trying to get away. He's looking for more. He doesn't get the penta here, but it might as well be so as another ace comes through. Chachi takes a drink of his little glass, and that's going to be all they get out of this one. Maybe a little bit of hydration off of a destruction of their game in Game 1 and Game 2 now, as they are pushing with this Baron buff for the end.
Game 2's just not even close. They've got the Baron, they've got a wave down on this bot side, and with 20-30 seconds left on some of these death timers, Mazel, I think that could be it. Top Esports successful in their redemption arc here. They only lost to IG so far, but they right their wrongs.
Couple weeks later, and TES look like a completely different beast. 10 wins in a row. A domination of this Ascend group. Their only losses being to this IG team, and that will no longer last as a 2-0 comes through for Top Esports to kick off this day.
And again, for the flip side of this coin, then IG now on a 3-series losing streak. That was
Chachi
nice.
did not want to hug him, though. I'm just saying he was a little distraught there.
Yeah, I mean that comes with the level of game that's just being played there. It was a pretty rough one to be involved in. I feel like as Chachi, you got given a very rough hand to play in this game, and it didn't work out well.
I don't have one, but I would like to step on it anyways, my soapbox, because welcome back, Jackie Love, man. Like, it is established at this point, there are no questions left. This man took his time off, and he is a damn Super Saiyan at this point. This guy lit up this series and fully changed those conversations of what happened to him in that first series against Chachi.
Absolutely. I think that coming into the year, or the split even, Top Esports, a lot of questions around this roster. Will Jackie Love be able to go back to the highs that we've seen from him in the past? First series out was up against IG, and we all went, Unk is washed. And then immediately after that, came back and did a very, very good job and has started just absolutely destroying folk. And this was the final nail in the coffin, really, or the big win that needed to happen, because there was always going to be that question mark of, well, he couldn't do it versus Chachi. So where does that put him? Well, he just did it versus Chachi, and he made it look easy.
Did that real damn good, too. Yeah. Maybe some questions about that replacement. Not going to be there anymore. I know this had to mean a lot for Chachi, obviously. Some ties with the team from that last split, but really nice to see kind of Top Esports handle this series so well. Because Game 1, again, like, if you didn't catch the first 30 minutes of that game, or if you did catch the first 30 minutes of that game and walked away, it's such a different moment when Top Esports turn that around in like 4 or 5 minutes to win the game. Then this series could be completely different if we look back at that one singular Renard pick and the things that it kind of wrought afterwards. And honestly, just huge props to Top Esports as a whole to keep this streak alive. It's not easy, especially when you're facing a ton of top teams like BLG, who they just beat, and things along those lines, to keep a streak like that alive, to not lose a single game, and yet here they are.
Yeah, and like you say, not losing a single game is really, for me, the big ticker here, that they've just got a 10-game win streak. Not even a 5-series win streak with a couple of shaky series in there. No, it's been handily dealt by them, and that's just another team now for them to add to the trail on their journey to the moon here, because they had some big ticket wins in there. 2-0 versus BLG, 2-0 versus AL.
Did you get your ticket?
I didn't. I missed it. No.
Oh, damn. Yeah. I'm up here in space, so.
And you're loving life, I imagine, right? Like, you're all aboard. You're having a great time.
All of the freeze-dried ice cream bars I could ask for.
The rehydrated is going to go crazy. But Top Esports have got some massive scalps already. This isn't a 5-1 from them just bullying WE for 6 series straight. It's based on foundations of very solid teams that they're beating.
And that's the craziest point here is I would love love to see what happens in a longer series between these two, but we're not going to get that for a while. This is the last time these two teams are facing in the regular season because of this weird schedule that Top Esports have. Like, we're still in the first round robin, but they've already played one of their second round robin opponents, and you got to wonder, you know, what that means in terms of growth, or what that's going to mean if we do end up getting the playoffs and seeing these guys face off again. It would be a cool end to the story if we do get that, but it's cool to see that quick turnaround from Top Esports, and now they don't have to really deal with this team again here in the regular season.
And I mean, look at the stats that we've got here. Jackie with 32% damage share. I mean,
96 KP, easy, bro.
Feels a little bit bad for Breathe here in this one, because you can see that there's definitely a disparity between those two top laners and their output in the game, but
doesn't matter.
It doesn't. And Breathe on the Nord does really well individually in the 1 versus 1. Multiple times we saw him find those couple of solo kills, be it inside lane, be it top or bot lane, and 32% of his team's damage through this game in particular, which, you know, as a top laner is a great stat for you, calls into question the damage that the rest of your team is doing.
Yeah. These fights are a little bit backbreaking for IG for sure. A little bit of overextensions, really good capitalizations from TES, and it's where we can kind of, since we probably won't get to see the MVP or the player of the series, would love to hear your votes, at least, Rude Dude, on who you think.
I mean, this game, fortunately enough, if Tien gets it, it's valid, but I think Jackie Love maybe just a little bit more owing, and I always hesitate to give it to marksmen who've got Lulu backing them up, because I think Fungyue had a really good performance as well. Jackie Love had some good clicks, right? Like backstepping Renard there in that fight that we just saw, flashing forward aggressively, did really well, but I do think that Fungyue, again, a massive facilitator for this Yunara in this game, so I think I could argue for any of those three. Tien, really solid early game, actually put a good stamp back into the early advantage that Wei found for himself. But I think that it's probably just going to be Jackie Love, and I'm okay with that.
I'm okay with that too. Cream, maybe a little thought process in there for that first game, but yeah, I think holistically Jackie Love definitely deserves it. I don't think Tien deserved. He had some good comebacks, but that game number 1 was a little bit rough for a majority of it. Did clutch it out in the end, but there's no world we give it to Zuion, right? Like, there's no.
Oh no. We don't need to talk about top play in this series. Fortunately,
these public executions plus wild growths, though, like 2-man show. Can we do a double MVP?
It's very clear what Zuion's role in this series was, and it was to play for team fights. Yeah. And that's all we need to say about that, because otherwise we get into scary flame territory. But again, he's walking forward with 3,000 health because he has a Lulu. So, how scared do you really need to be on an AD carry when you've got 3k HP at
when I saw him waiting in the bush... Oh, okay, yeah, he's feeling it. When I saw Jackie Love waiting in the bush by himself, surrounded by IG, I knew there was some Chad gaming going on for
something good was about to happen.
Yeah, something good. Absolutely. Speaking of something good, though, the 2-0 for Top Esports, the continuation of a dominating streak. And honestly, I'm a little bit sad we didn't get 3 games for this one. I was expecting a 6-game day just to be able to see these teams go at it. And you thought Invictus were so close, man, especially in game number 1. When you lose all that momentum, it's a tough place to be. Any thoughts on this series or the next series coming up here, Rude?
I mean, if you thought that this series was going to deliver and you've been let down, I think that AL versus BLG, which is coming up after this, is also set for quite high likelihood of banger, is what I like to call it. So we'll see. I think that series is also going to be really entertaining. Yeah, we've been given a 2-0 here, and Top Esports look like an incredible team still. Maybe IG's expectations starting to reset themselves, but for AL versus BLG, which is on the other side of this segment here, I'm looking forward to coming back and just watching that one as well.
It's going to be a lot of fun. And before Ilya kills me for saying a 6-game series, we're going to send it off to Alkenslayer, who'll be picking up where we leave off for that next series. BLG versus AL. Don't you go anywhere.
Back in a flash here on LPL English, your unofficial English coverage of the LPL. Now currently in the midst of its Split 2 in the 2026 year. I am very excited to be your play-by-play today. Leo Slayer Silverman taking over the second shift with a color caster that I haven't seen next to me in too long. That would be Dimitri Alk Battery Toledo. Standing on next to me. We have AL versus Billy Gaming, which we've done I think we've done this series before, probably at some point. We've seen this series so many times. Not necessarily as hyped as we're normally used to it, where these two teams are currently standing in the split.
Hold up. Don't let's not get it too ahead of ourselves. Maybe we're in for a surprise. You know, IG made me believe for a game. Weibo made me disappointed in 3 last night, so really anything is possible. And look, BLG are just coming off of a small win, but a very contested win. So hopefully there's a little bit more wind in AL sails.
Yeah, well, they've got to really find it, right? Because it's a pretty chaotic time to be in Group Ascend, you know, with how we've seen NIP playing so far, Top Esports' classic Jackie Love reinsertion resurgence. You know, there's a lot of chaos going on. So we'll see if anyone's legend can maybe try and capture this moment and get back into the form that we knew them for so well. It's the most, I would say, consistent performer across the LPL, especially if you factor in internationals in 2025. Let's introduce that roster very quickly as well. Anyone's a legend, if we can bring up their current set of 5. Or no, are we starting with BLG? Am I getting my...
Yes, Slayer. Yes, it's okay. You got really excited. It's okay. I want to talk about AL, but we can throw them down the road right now. Let's look at Billy. Big favorites, obviously, doing very well in the season. And I know you have done a lot of Viper propaganda, but he has not had the biggest part of the split. We'll talk about him later on in the show, but BLG, again, they are kind of the ununanimous second place team maybe now with Top Esports.
I don't know, man. NIP's kicking around. No, I'm kidding. Yeah, I'm not ready to have that broad of a conversation, but you know, stay tuned. Yeah, so BLG definitely the second slotted team. I find them. It's awesome to see their kind of style really mesh with the meta, I feel like, in the sense of how we've talked about the bot lane 2v2 being such a priority, but how we've seen, top lane really become such a strong role. Bin obviously rounds into form during first stand is like the best top laner that we have maybe in the world. But I think in the region, and like you mentioned, as of late, they've kind of shown that they are still mortal, even if they did go, 69 days without dropping a series when we talk about, in the LPL and factoring in first stand as well.
Yeah, it was, honestly, I don't want to say it was, surprising, but for me it was like, okay, when are they going to lose? At what point are they going to do it? And they had plenty of pitfalls going in, and the clips that we're showing here are just some of the moments where I think BLG, if they were playing against much stronger competition, they would definitely be taking many more losses than we saw from them to start off the split. But I mean, this is against WE. This is a winless team. We're doing really weird turret dives. We're giving them 1,000 gold lead at 4.5 minutes. You give that to most any other teams, you're not coming back a lot of the times. And some of the same problems that we've seen from BLG, not just for years, but especially with the core that we've seen with 4 of the 5 players here, they're just going for incredibly aggressive plays. A lot of it is Shun, I think, kind of because he knows that there's a ton of catch-up experience in the camps right now. Yeah. And it has led to some really problematic games, like this game for IG. They come back. This draft is pretty terrible, if you're asking me. But there are a lot of holes, I think, in BLG's game that they get away with because they have some of the best laners in the world.
And that's just, a very recurring theme, right? That's what we consistently observe as the reason this team could be capped at a certain ceiling. And, I think it has punished them, as you mentioned, in metas where it is a lot more rigid and you can't really be rewarded with your lane dominant play. Luckily, Billy Gaming are playing still mostly in a meta that rewards that style of play. But our opponent on the other side really flourished, I felt like, in a much different style when it came to their 2020 success and their map control and macro decision-making. Ha-ha! I'm not the only one trolling anymore. That wasn't AL. Here's AL. Flandra, Tarzan, Shanks, Hope, Kael. The same starting 5 here. But, back to the point, Hulk, a team that I feel like we really prided themselves on their map decision-making, their post-laning phase decision-making in particular. That was the highs of their 2025 run, especially that MSI that we saw from them.
In a post-lane swap world, AL are just worse, I think, right? Like, Flandra doesn't get away with some of the weirder picks. Like, I remember starting off LPL English a year and a half ago, and we're looking at tank top lane Jace. We're like, oh, god damn it, is we really going to see more of this? But his Scion was revolutionary. I think that also his Rek'Sai definitely came into the forefront, and their map, the way that they played the map was super, super tight, and that's what ended up netting them so many wins in the regular season, so many deep best-of-5 runs when we're talking about playoffs. But now that we're in a season where laning is so like in your face, you need to be good at lane, you need to also still be able to set up the map. I don't think we're seeing the same Anyone's Legend, and they're definitely paying the price right now.
Yeah, they really are. And, you know, one part that everyone likes to talk about with the lane in your face style, as you put it, all is really been like bottom lane as a focus of it, the 2v2s of bottom lane. But one thing that I felt like really tied these two teams together was their, you know, shying away from that sort of set. They still draft those 2v2s, but a lot of the times, even BLG, to have the success Shun wants to have, you know, playing for Knight and Bin like he always does, like every BLG jungler has to, you weak side your AD carry. And they trust Viper alone on the weak side, and we see Kyle constantly leave his lane as well as he always has for AL to link up with Tarzan. So now you have both these ADs who, if you look at the stats, it reflects how these two teams are the few teams that really don't play super hard for the 2v2, like most of the LPL and really most of the world right now.
I think that game 2 versus IG that we got to see a couple of nights ago was the best part about that. We're like, oh, Ana's playing Anivia. Oh god, Ana's getting caught out a lot because he's roaming around the map. He's getting these flank wards. He's trying to help either cover for some plays that are happening in the jungle or potentially trying to make plays in mid. So kind of similarly, like you're mentioning, the supports and really the state of bot lane in professional play is leave your AD carries to be able to wave clear. If they skirmish against each other, maybe that's something you can kind of revisit with some of the supports returning to the lane. But if you only looked at stats, you'd be like, man, where's my Viper, man? And where's Hope? But Hope has been a little hit or miss so far this season.
Yeah, no, I think we talked a lot about Hope is like, he's been such a player that for a point of scrutiny with AL when we talk about can they, you know, be LPL champions consistently, can they like really perform in their nationals. Everyone looked towards Hope because a lot of people felt like his ceiling wasn't high enough to compete in those big games, but it's been even a step below that by this point. And like you mentioned, I definitely, you know, glaze Viper enough, so this cope makes a lot of sense coming from me. You guys, you can't weak side Viper and expect him to bail you out scaling into a late game when he just doesn't get enough of the gold share. We saw games where he does have those big moments. I remember, you know, the flash forward Ashe team fight we saw for BLG in that Weibo win. Yeah, that was like a good bailout, but even then he's playing Ashe, he gets weak sided, so it's like BLG, it's working for now, but I will always campaign that playing towards Viper usually leads to much success. We'll see if BLG start incorporating that soon. We'll see if they maybe incorporate it in this very series. But as much as we talked about supports, AD carries, even spotlight the junglers a little bit, a matchup like this with BLG on the card, our head-to-head had to focus on the golden left hand himself, especially because Knight has just been playing at you know, I don't want to say another level, but the Knight level of play that no one really ever touches in the LPL.
He is playing. It's so funny that we looked at him at first stand and we're like, actually, Knight's not even maybe the best player on his team at this point right now, which is definitely something that we're not used to saying when we've seen him play internationally and domestically. But Knight, I think, has shown so much flexibility so far in this season and also consistently be one of the best laners here in this league, because I'm looking at what he has done not just on the stats in front of you right now, but he has played a unique champion in every single one of his games, only doubling up on the Mel in 2 games. So I think that the fact that we're seeing a Knight that is also trying to expand his champion pool, really show the depth of his character and his play, is really important when we're talking about a BLG that's going to be looking towards the international and towards the horizon.
Yeah, and, you know, it's ever evolving, right? We're, like, fully rooted in Fearless, so it's never a bad idea to really start to expand that champion pool. As in our matchup, our 2 captains, of course, being the mid laners also makes that head-to-head, you know, just a little extra spice to that one as we get to see both. Shanxi just led AL out onto the stage, and then Knight now bringing Billy Gaming out. I'm going to continue saying this because I'm a big fan of it. I'll keep it short. I've been going too long-winded. I love the walkouts in the middle of the regular season where we're high-fiving fans. We're getting the fans involved. I know me personally, if I high-five Viper, I would not wash my hand. I might like try and like put some like cauterizing coat of something over my hand so that I could never wash it, and I just hold it like this the whole time. So fans can high five their favorite players. Awesome.
That would make sense for your solo queue recently if you're playing with one hand. That makes a lot of sense right now. So what? Oh, okay, fine.
I was trying to stay like mad, but no, it was too funny. It was too funny. I was like trying to put a front on, you know.
All right, so let's move our coverage because I think we've spent a lot of time really glazing BLG in this pre-show. Let's look at the opposite side because AO have had their struggles, and we talk about their map play. I think when we look at how this team has found success so far this season, yes, it is Tarzan really kind of leveraging his own personal advantages and trying to kind of mastermind a game, but I think his second hand in the team right now is Shanks. If there's another tool that he's going to reach for, it is going to be Shanks. I think Shanks, while not having the same like wow factor or really being a big game player and clutch maker, I think that the way that he has approached playing side lanes and really just trying to operate where he can get a lot of gold has done this team a lot of good things.
Yeah, I agree. I really resonate with what you just said with the side laning play. I thought his Rise game against Weibo was really the pinnacle of, you know, like showing off like peak kind of Rise gameplay. He goes deathless in that one. Was really impressed by that one. You know, I find it interesting though, you talked about for like Knight, how he's been playing so many unique champions, right? For Shanks right now, he's only played 8 games. He's only played 4 champions, so it's kind of fun to talk about the fact that Shanks has stayed pretty restrictive with his pool, mostly Rise, Azir, Orianna, and the lone couple Mel games. We'll see if Shanks, we know he can break out stuff like the Akali, see if he'll try to get, open up that champ pool as well as we dive into this Game 1 draft, Dimitri, and we've got ourselves AL with first selection on that red side. And I am seeing a lot of solo lane focus with the band so far, so bottom lane combos are going to get even more fun, but Bard does come off the board as the last AL ban.
All right, is Ashe or Jarvan going to make it through? Those are the two kind of like big prio champions that we've been seeing on the patch so far. Xin Zhao priority has definitely taken a little bit of a hit. Also Pantheon, so yeah, if you're looking at home, Pantheon, Ashe, Jarvan, which one of these 3 is going to make it through? I guess 2 out of the 3. We'll see which one is banned. I think if you're BLG, probably don't want to be giving over Ashe, but
yeah,
if you're first pick, are you willing to have Ashe potentially separated from her pair? We've seen a lot of Seraphines end up on the opposite side. I totally even forgot about Karma.
Oh yeah, we both did. Yeah. Like maybe the most popular B1 we've been seeing across a lot of these regions. So the Karma. We'll get back to you though. We'll see if more splitsies go, because we just saw in our last series that Ezreal Karma got separated into Ezreal on one side and Sivir Karma on the other. J4 gets locked in, and there we go. We're already splitting up the happy couples. It's gonna be Vipers Ezreal. So poetic, my great Viper, that I'm on the cast and you lock in Ezreal Game 1, man.
No Ashe? No Seraphine? Like, there's Karma. You can go Jarvan Ashe. You can go... Okay, all right, let's see what happens. We're getting a Caitlyn Karma to try to slam this lane. I like it. I think it disincentivizes going for things like Ezreal and Nico. I know me and Cubby were talking a little bit before about like some Ezreal Nami combos that might show up, but this is a good way for us to kind of maybe get away from the things that we came into this draft with, right? We're saying, oh, weak side 80 carries, play for Ezreal, or play for Caitlyn Karma for sure, and siege turrets.
I'm really glad that it's Hope and Kael going for the Caitlyn Karma, especially, right? Because we are really, again, looking for Hope to show he's got more than enough to be a part of a team with this caliber of players like Tarzan, like Kael. So to try and slam this lane, definitely going to want to do that. They're also, I mean, this is even more pressure on Hope in general with the fact we're getting Tarzan on this Skarner. He sometimes likes to go a bit more carry-oriented. This is pure playmaking with the Skarner. And we finish off the first phase with a blind Gnar from Bin, one of the best top laners you can blind if you're looking for that angle.
I think also Bin knows there is nothing that you're scared of from Flandre. So far this season, he has been a really big weakness. Just in top lane alone, he has the biggest gold differential at 15. Flandre right now is the worst in top lane, minus 518 on average. Really big, kind of contributes to the negative gold difference that we see AL have across their games. And if you're willing to kind of take this, if you're willing to just blind an R, I think that shows a lot of practice from BLG. So far, though, I'm seeing some strong lanes, some individual champions, but I'm not seeing a theme that ties these champions together for BLG so far. Caitlyn, Karma work together, yes. Skarner can be a front line. You can kind of kidnap some of that back line. But Gnar, strong lane, probably means that Bin's going to be on side lane a lot more and then join team fights later. Ezreal probably allowing On to kind of move around the map. Bard's already banned, so kind of wondering what the focus for BLG and what exactly we're going to get in this 4-5.
Especially knowing, like we talked about a bit earlier, how much Knight is really trying to expand his champion pool, right? So we don't necessarily know what he's going to go for. He does eat the LeBlanc ban. I'm curious to see if Knight tries to pick something that also would work pretty well in the side lane, but we've lost Azir, we've lost Ryze. I like if you're going to play for side laning with a Gnar, you can stick your Ezreal mid. That's a pretty safe pick here. So I kind of am a bit of a fan of the Aurora on one side lane, the Gnar on the other.
Oh!
But we completely pivot and we just keep up. We got some new happy couples coming to the bottom lane in the LPL here. It's Ezreal Seraphine now for Billy Gaming.
Is this going to be a Nivea top? Please, please, Flandra, if we're going to cook, let's just take something that's going to be a little bit more explosive. Also means that the pull going into the second game, I think Ashe is just now going to not be banned for the rest of the series if we're making an early prediction. Now that Seraphine's already been taken, I need to see some kind of bruiser mid, but like I think Aurora thematically fits with what BLG wants to do. Ezreal's going to be poking away. Seraphine's going to try to enchant the Jarvan going forward, and then Aurora to help burst out someone like this Caitlyn, like this Jace. I just like what AL are showing. I think if we take nameplates off, AL's composition is much more well-rounded. I think it is much more in theme with what these champions want to do. We are sieging 4 days. If we get into a standoff at an objective, it is going to be Caitlyn, Karma, and Jace in Fog of War throwing spells at you all day.
But this one had an interesting wrinkle, and it will be locked in. This is Shakes' first Aurora game of the split. He is expanding that 4-champion pool through 8 games a little bit wider here. So now you have that flank ability. I do think this for Shanks makes AL's comp a little more murky than the game plan you laid out here. But we're still looking to see what BLG wants to answer with.
Give it to me, please.
We haven't had a Knight TF game this split yet.
We have not. That's
we are now
another
getting
unique. That's another unique
Double
champion
unique
here
for
for
the
Knight.
split.
Alrighty, and this kind of, I think, helps bring some of those themes that we were talking about earlier for BLG. Now, range is going to be good, right? Twisted Fate, if you can get RFC, but that's more of like a second, third-ish item, so it's going to be a little bit before we see that. This, I think, feels like it's playing more into the BLG that we knew coming into this split. Play for Bin's advantage. We have a really, really unstable topside matchup with Gnar versus Jace. Anytime we make a visit, if we're going to be diving on 4th wave with Jarvan, suddenly Twisted Fate Gold card makes this so much easier. Caitlyn Karma as well. While Seraphine's going to try to keep Ezreal in line, Twisted Fate can also come over there and help him out. So I'm expecting that Hope is probably going to have to prioritize a cleanse this game over the barrier.
You talked about Flandra's gold difference at 15. You mentioned how negative that is. We showed in the earlier graphic that Hope at gold difference at 15, negative 390 as well. So both of those 2 lanes are on Jace, are on Caitlyn. 2 picks that really need to be ahead of that very curve all once we get to 50 minutes of that. This is game 1. So very cool to see that AL are going to be tested in ways that they have seemed pretty weak so far in Split 2. And of course, as you mentioned, BLG, he may not fully get their composition, but it's always fun to see with the form that Knight is at, him picking up another unique champion to bring on to Summoner's Rift, which we will be heading to shortly to kick off game 1. Billy Gaming, anyone's legend, bring me in this home crowd Jaya. Love me some loud Jayos, Alk. We got them for both sides. I couldn't pick a winner, to be honest with you. I think everyone's a winner on that one.
I think the BLG fans are feeling quite good about this game.
All right.
Look,
all right.
4-1 versus 2-2 record. You know, results-based analysis says that they're going to be looking good. And I saw this earlier coming into this week, but been on 500 games as a duo. I think we've seen these guys play for years now, and now the 3rd most amount of games between any duo. Just beautiful. I'm glad that we're going to be able to continue to see this. I'm sad that that Elk obviously had to take his departure going into the year, but Bin and On, man, they have been not a 2v2, but a 2-on-2 group that has been super exciting to watch.
It's always fun when you get the rare support and top laner stat.
Yeah.
You don't get those very often.
I know that Jackie Love and Tien are definitely getting their games up right now, so.
Oh, they definitely are.
Yep. But
definitely not as many though with the 2-0s they're getting. Yeah, but let's get into these lane states for a second here, all, because I already see this Caitlyn Karma are getting pushed. I see Shakes with some push, and we've got an early reset coming out here for Shun after a 3 camp.
Yep, this makes sense. I think a lot of junglers, especially the AD bruisers, have been doing your first camp, recall, take a long sword, and then this makes it so that if we are going to see skirmishing, especially for BLG, when you're not going to have as much lane prio from just the matchups themselves, this means that Skarner walking in might not be expecting the long sword, or you'll just have additional combat prowess there. Interesting to know. I mean, looking at these lanes, this is good already for AL. You're already starting off the massive lead like you were talking about, and my focus for Billy is going to be seeing how we navigate having a non-traditional front line. There's not like a burst mage here for Knight to be able to play, not like an Akali for him to get into the back line. AL's composition is much more straightforward in what it wants to do, and I think a lot simpler to execute on.
Yeah, I really want to nail that home, how much of a nuanced role Knight is going to have to play in this game compared to most. He is definitely in one of his most setup-esque arcs of the split so far with this Twisted Fate. And like we talked about with how these supports like to get out of lane, we'll see if that does drive a lot of attention towards Bin up in this matchup. But still playing for levels are these bottom laners. No real early resets to come across here.
Oh, and I'm distracted again. I talked about this last night, but seeing the keyhole sweater on Yone, I don't know. It does something to me, but it looks like Skarner is just going to do a full clear. They had early vision, so I think AL should know that Jarvan is generally along the top side of the map, considering his blue buff never really got taken while the ward was there. So, other than that, I just need to see how far can we push this advantage as AL early, right? It's a 15 CS lead here for Shanks, and if we can get more plates for this Caitlyn Karma, I think you're feeling really, really good.
Got to keep that production up in these early phases. So we got to keep our eyes on especially that bottom lane. As we're already starting to see On and Shun link up a little bit here towards this bot side. Kyle, oh my god, Viper.
Oh, you used barrier for that.
He used barrier to make sure his timer didn't get canceled. That is true dedication there, All.
I'm going back. You're not stopping me. And, you know, the back isn't that amazing. It's a long sword, it's a glowing moat, it's a tier, but also double tier bot lane for Viper and On. You see how exactly that's going to affect everything?
Oh my god.
Huge trade, but he's about to get his boomerang back. I think Lonza just need to be a little bit careful. Look at the pings. They know Tarzan can be in this area right now, and yeah, once the Scryer Bloom goes off, they know Skarner's in the area.
You know Shun was sprinting up there to try and cover his top laner, and now maybe he might try and work his way up there still. We're going to get cleared out here, though. Flandre going to look for a reset, so Shun not really going to find himself a gank angle nonetheless. Just realized this is one of those rare games where we see a Gnar go D-shield into a lane here, so extra resistance for Bin, maybe a little bit less damage in that trade as we saw both our top laners get decently low. Both will TP their way back up towards their top side.
And he's showing full respect. First recall, teleports back in. He's got a cloth armor. He's got ruby crystal and boots. I remember the last Gnar game we got to see from Bin, at least the one where he was playing against top esports. He took Halo Blades Gnar into a vein. He got destroyed in that matchup. So Bin,
he's learned.
maybe being a little bit humbled after 2 matches in a row where he has to play against Swayon and then Breathe, who I think has been the second best top laner in the league. But we don't have to talk about other teams right now. No early action, but AL get to open up this game with 700 gold. This is, I think, going to plan right now for AL, and I kind of want to see what objective we're going to prioritize. Dragon's always going to be a good option, but Grubs, I think, in this season are super, super impactful, especially when you can use them to trade an objective later for a lot of plate gold.
Here we go, starting to see the supports and junglers move together. Did Knight get Destiny on top of himself? I think he just wanted to get vision of Kyle, maybe? But definitely an interesting usage of the back half of that critical ultimate.
So, Slayer, I'm going to test your knowledge here. Also, it's kind of unfair because I have a website right next to me.
Okay.
When do you think the last time Knight played Twisted Fate was?
Okay. You got to factor in the reason you're asking me. That's the reason he's asking me is playing Twisted Fate right now. I'm going
Yes.
to take a shot in the dark here and go with maybe summer of 2023.
Ooh. You're close. Bin? Are we doing this?
Bin goes Mega.
Okay.
Okay. Throws a Fridge of Flandra. And I think he's just going to get soloed out.
Oh!
Flandra going to flash, get closer with a slow. Means he can't get the auto down. Non-enhanced Shock Blast won't land.
Oh, wait.
Bin
Look. Viper ult.
walking. Oh my god. True Shot Barrage.
Oh.
Observers, they trolled us a little bit. I respect it, though. Tarzan is going for the dive on the bid. He's going to flash and throw a boulder right at his noggin and walk out of turret range. Tarzan grabbing first blood here for AL as their gold lead eclipses over 1,000.
Tarzan, he gets that first blood. We are flashing for this
flash?
shit? Okay, I like this.
See how much DPS he's got. I mean, Cancel back comes out here from Flandra. Impale here with a Cataclysm cancels it. Great timing from Shun, and he's going to double up onto Flandra. Just like that, Shun turns first blood right back on AL.
Those are the Shun mechanics I have been missing in this league so far. He's gotten a lot of flack. He has not been the jungle purist that some other leagues love to look at, but damn, dude, does he make it look fun. That was a great ultimate to dodge out on the Impale, suppress. We're going to get a replay of that. So what happened here? Okay, Meganar, he goes on to Mini. This is a really risky trade. Bin is really playing on the edge with the Meganar evolution, giving him just a flat HP. And I think a good response here from Tarzan. You know that Twisted Fate doesn't have ultimate. He can't show up on this lane. Getting this, also getting the plate, I think is the most important part. And even with BLG getting 2 kills on this, I think the fact that they were able to grab, push at least a really big wave does help soften the blow of losing this 2v2.
Ooh. That was smexy from Shun there. I will say, you know, Impale is pretty telegraphed, but hey, you got the thumbs up from the coach.
Davey's like,
so casual.
all right, sure, bro, I guess.
Oh my god. Okay, you know, Bin starting to find some nicer trades now that he's got his blade steel caps that Nar always wants to complete. So Shun, 300 gold up by this point. He's looking to keep up that pressure. Flandra looking to be dove here as Bin does go into the mini form. Wave is getting thinned down. Shun is holding onto the flag drag. Knockup comes. Kyle flashes to try and get the heal, but he wasn't close enough, and he just has to watch his top laner fall once more.
And that is going to be a kill, and definitely some summoner spells that Kyle is going to want back. The flash, the heal does nothing. Bin is going to get another wave to shove underneath the turret, and look at the items now. Protoplasm Harness done for Tarzan. I might hold this. On flash.
On flashing. Double tap snare on the back end, but Shanks with the around the world still finds that kill nonetheless. You see BLG want to re-engage this Knight push forward the gold card, but Shanks going to hop over the wall and be fine. That's the problem with the Twisted Fate early. Doesn't have the DPS to find those trades.
DPS doesn't have the damage in general, you know? Sometimes you want to have like a burst mage like Aurora. Sometimes you want the consistent damage that something like an 80 carry might bring. We're going top lane again. Twisted Fate has ultimate.
Why not?
I think if Shanks doesn't just keep him under turret, this is still Flandra going to be going down. No flash coming up yet.
Oh man, maybe they don't even need Knight if Flandra face checks the brush enough for the flag and drag. Lots of damage through from this Jarvan, and he's going to donate the kill over to Bin. You earned me 2, I had to get you 2 back, just like that. All 4 kills on the top side for BLG.
And now we can start up these grubs, which with, you look at Bin's advantage already, getting those 2 kills. Flandra 0 and 3 on the Jace. I thought it was going to be Twisted Fate and Jarvan ganking him and diving him under the turret. Didn't even need the mid laner at that point. Now with Grubs, I think this is going to get very, very problematic for AL, as BLG are going to rummage their pockets for all of this plate gold. And that's going to feel good when we're talking about getting those item completions.
And what did we expect to get towards here, all? Well, we're seeing it on the Rift. 80 carries all by themselves on the bot side, but both Kyle and Owen are actually in a similar position in the BLG jungle as Viper expends the barrier for that ace in the hole from Hope. Kyle, though, is the one bit out of position here. Viper does not dare to Arcane Shift to chase him down. But both supports are being heralded back towards his bot side, where Tarzan also lays in wake, but the waves stay pretty neutral, so everyone's just going to return to farming some XP.
All right, I think we're going to have time. I see Tarzan is slinking around for a lane gank at this point. He will get spotted. Good wards from BLG will make sure that they can spot the enemy jungler. But let's get our answer. I gave everybody enough time to go into Leaguepedia or go GOL if they really wanted to, and they can go find this information. You said summer of 2023. The correct answer for the last time we saw Knight play Twisted Fate, LPL 2021 Spring Playoffs, and that was a loss against EDG. Played it into Rise, but yeah, that is it's been a long time since we've got to see him pick up the Gambler himself.
5 years.
Now, with where the game is at here, Slayer, Flandra is always terrified, and what AL need to do is go into enemy jungle like we just saw Kyle moments ago, try to find where Shun is going to be. Because anytime Flandra gets a wave pushed out, he has to be worried, is this wave ever going to come back to me? And if it does, am I going to get dove? If I walk up to try to hit the enemy turret, am I going to get hit with a jungle gank or a Twisted Fate coming into my lane? These are all important factors that AL are going to have to solve as we get further into the game.
Yeah, I mean, even with this neutral gold state, you talked about, called it out aptly so all, with the Gnar pick coming in so early for Bin, that side lane was going to be a huge feature. And you got to think that question that when we talked with Flandra, getting dove, you know, what waves he could play on, it's going to be a constant problem, because once we get into that mid game where side lanes become so much more critical, especially for BLG, it's going to be, all right, this is a Fed Gnar I'm entering on one side, but there could be Shun in the area. Knight can just Destiny over for a 2v1. It's going to be a problem AL are really going to have to try and solve, but they can do it by just good old-fashioned brawling. Two junglers catch each other in the river.
Oh, no.
Ixtal's impacted to the wall. Shun fails the flag drag as the Cataclysm flash out. Impale won't land onto Shun. It only grabs onto Knight. Ignite going to come across on top of Shanks, but he just doesn't have the damage to finish off Shun, who's able to walk out despite his rustier mechanics so far.
Shout out our observers for showing 80 HP there for Shun. Like, he was very close to dying right there. That might have just been a Sundered Sky heal diff coming through, and he gets the shield from his W. Super close. I think if Shun goes down there, that opens up. And if we're talking about this from AL's perspective, it's great. Again, you make sure that Flandra is going to be safe on the side lane. By the way, still hasn't even completed his top lane quest. He'll probably be done on this wave. But getting these dragons is going to be one way out from this game. We're at an even gold state right now. AL already have the first dragon, and I think getting that second one is going to feel a lot nicer.
Yeah, the ideal siege and setup around those neutrals, if you can get it for AL with a Jace and a Caitlyn, would be very threatening if you add in an Aurora Shanks flank on top of all of that. And as you pointed out, Dimitri, AL are prioritizing those dragons because they also have that constant bot lane shove that allows Shanks to maybe scout out and help out Tarzan, who doesn't need the help actually. Gets that dragon done and dusted on his own. That is 14 minutes in, we get the second Drake off the board, so we're looking at a potential 25-ish minute soul here for AL if they keep this tempo up.
Herald spawns in 30, and I think this is a very important timer that BLG are going to have to figure out what they want to do, because you're the team with 3 grubs. If you get this Herald as well, I think it makes a very, very explosive map.
Flash heal, flash follow from Knight. Gold car gonna land. Encore gonna clip him as well. The CC chain is deadly, and Kyle will drop to Viper.
We're going
on an island. He's gonna flash out of a flag drag with a Cataclysm. Will trap him and certainly sign his demise. It's a Viper double kill as he's finally not weak-sided in this game 1.
That's a lot of kills, and more importantly, that is gold that Hope and Kyle will not have access to. They have been pillaging this bot lane turret. I'm looking at plates right now. One singular plate available for both the mid tier 1 and the bottom lane tier 1. All of the advantage that BLG have bought is for this top side, so this was a great play from them to, you know, ease some of the pressure on the opposite side of the map and hopefully bring the rest of the team in with them.
Now we start settling into those side lane assignments. Knight off of that bot lane plate, TP's top. Try and see if he can maybe threaten that tier 1. We still need that first turret brick to come down, but is matched there by Shanks. So still gonna have to track that. A good way to try and find yourself some extra gold through first turret, as always, is going to be that Rift Herald, which thankfully for BLG is on the top side.
Oh, Bin's dead.
Bot side, Bin is getting super flanked by Tarzan. Flandra coming down as well. They've also got Kyle, as he'll throw Tarzan into the wall with the Gnar ultimate. Tarzan waiting to hold on to that Ixtal's impact and Impale. They both do not find their mark. Bin walks himself out of the 1v3, and AL left to settle for knocking down that first turret.
My bad, Bin. I thought you were going to die there, and that is really good for them because BLG, they're going to trade a turret on bottom lane for the Herald here in top side, which already talked about for a team with 3 grubs. It's going to basically turn into a turret all by itself if they really want to. But we have seen that Herald, more importantly this season, has become essentially its own champion. With the fact that you can steer it and mid-combat, especially around a dragon, suddenly knock up multiple members and disorient the opponents, Herald becomes an entirely new tool for teams to change the battlefield and change the landscape of a fight. So I'm really interested to see how BLG are going to be utilizing this. And this feels like BLG and AL of old. I'm not like super scared of AL like losing this game right now. BLG have been really focused on slamming topside, while AL are just kind of focusing especially the bottom lane objectives.
I will say that's why I think Viper grabbing both those kills on the one bot lane look is so critical, right? Because the gold lead is up to 2,000 because Viper 600 gold lead is virtually off of those kills. So very valuable to allow this Ezreal to get some gold. And why I think that's most important in this game state is because when we talk about Ezreal, as much as we see him, it does feel like he is strongest on that Muramana 2-item spike, which fits right in line with what BLG want to spike on with their solo lanes. So him being accelerated does provide dividends for that BLG all map pressure play style that we should be settling into shortly.
I think Ezreal is such a unique champion now with some of the new items. Like Endless Hunger, I think makes him super strong, and if you can somehow fit things in like a like the Spear of Shojin and things like that, I think this champion is absolutely ridiculous with what he can do. So yeah, Ezreal 2-item power spike. I mean, Caitlyn right now is actually going to be getting closer to an Infinity Edge here. So if that's going to be an available option for AL, I think it is really important for them to get to objective first and let her set up her trap line.
That is so much of what AL need to find success.
Viper!
Gonna arcane shift forward. Take a huge trade there from Kyle and Hope. Ace in the hole. Viper's down about 10% HP, and Tarzan's like, no AD on BLG. I'm running into their jungle at mock speed. Shun, get on out of here. 45 seconds away from this dragon, and BLG are already going to have to walk into that pretty scary setup siege line you talked about. All going to get even worse because they've lost access to their mid-tier one.
Okay, here's the option. AL, are we immediately recalling and trying to buy items, or are we going to stay and play for this objective? I don't hate either option. If you can back, you'll get Caitlyn her confirmed IE. If you don't, then you're probably still going to be fine because you just spent out a lot of the summoner spells, or at least one of them, from Viper. Right now, it is all of these wards and no coverage from BLG. On has not had time to walk into this side of the map. They're going to bring Twisted Fate over now, and I look at Bin, who has just gone Mega and is losing access to the Rage Bar.
Yet he's still making the walk down here. Flandre can, of course, answer with a teleport of his own. He has a top wave to answer. So here's a rare moment where BLG are kind of having to sack that top lane pressure they've leaned their entire game plan on, because AL are forcing them to knock on the Drake door. But with the mid wave pushed up and Flandre out of position, AL pretty passively, I might add, are just going to give up this dragon. Just give up Soul Point.
So I can see why they're doing it. From our perspective, we're saying, hey, why not walk into that side? But I think for AL, the premise of which they're trying to get to is Flandre needs to get back into this game. We cannot have our Jace be behind him. Maybe they'll do this now.
Well, he's going to get behind BLG with this flank ward. Shanks is going to use Between Worlds teleport in. Impale does land on all, but he gets the Encore off first, so he doesn't really move much in position. True Shot Barrage, tons of damage dumped onto Tarzan. Do they get through the starter? Yes, Cataclysm forces Flandre to flash out of dodge. And Finn goes back into the Mega form, trying to get close enough to find this big Gnar ultimate. Black and Drag just for the slow, but Kyle gets out. Shanks using the Proto Belt as well to create distance. But BLG with the first big skirmish look, able to turn it back onto Tarzan.
All right, well, screw everything I just said. I thought we were going to try to get Flandre back into this game, but he just TPs and loses his flash for it, and his jungler still dies. Hope is nowhere near this fight. I mean, we'll look at this again. Tarzan is going really far. Look at where his teammates are. Shanks can't deal damage. There's a good flash from On, but look at where Hope. He's throwing out a Q. He has to cleanse the Seraphine ultimate, and he's doing no damage because there's a Bin TP coming in at the same time, preventing him from walking forward. A great fight, I think, from BLG to be able to respond, but a questionable start for AL. And Tarzan, captain in the jungle, I don't know what he's doing there without his backline.
You know, all when we were set up to cast this series, we started talking storylines, the narrative beats and stuff. This was something that we really outlined as being the weird oddity with AL and Tarzan in particular, like you talked about. Those succinct team fights, those smart macro plays that we knew them so well for 2025, they've been absent. They've been absent for a while now, and it's showing up even in this series, like you mentioned with that last Fight Force.
A lot of AL's success came through Tarzan being a captain, kind of being a mastermind for this team, and Tarzan has also been focused a lot in some of these drafts, and especially in the gameplay. We saw it in that JDG series a couple of nights ago, was a big point of focus for that team, and they never really were able to recover after this. This is on. A lot of damage, but
wow,
not going to turn in anything. And look at the side lanes. Bin's pushing another wave. We are all like suffocating ourselves into mid lane as AL, and we're getting nothing on sides. This is kind of the problem that we saw from this draft, that potentially, this is not even with Twisted Fate going to the lanes, by the way. Twisted Fate has done virtually nothing this game.
No, this is the quietest I felt Knight has been in a game so far this split, and it's always a worrying sign when you catch an Enchanter support face checking your Aurora, even with the help of Ace in the hole, and you can't blow him up. That is a stock standard worrying sign to, oh crap, we might be behind in this game.
Look at these items. I was really happy because I think in general, and crit is a lot stronger this season thanks to them giving us back some more damage. But
thank you, Rhett.
Ezreal's up 1,000 gold. He's gonna be finishing his Endless Hunger soon, and I'm lacking to see where AL are really going to be able to find any kind of coverage here in this game. I'm just looking at even Knight, right? Like, this guy has so much HP, and he also has the Chain Lace Crushers. So I don't think Aurora really has threat. So we need to be able to find On in these positions. Otherwise, some of the strength of this composition from anyone's Legends just does not exist. And that's not even mentioning the catastrophe that's happened in top lane.
Yeah, that is not. I mean, hey, more mana and Youmu's, those are nice if it weren't already going to be 25 minutes in and you're staring down a Triforce Derek on the other side. So I'll say the part that you were trying to nicely soft land for the viewers. Nonetheless, Bin is going to be the target of a chase down. He just Gnar-ults Gromp into a wall to pick up that gold. And he's trying to walk away from 4. He already escaped a 3v1. How about a 4v1? Between Worlds used for the slows to try and get Tarzan close enough to Bin. Does go into the mini form. And 4 looks like to be the magic number, but the Staring Shield blocks Ace in the hole as Tessie does come out. Look how much time Bin is buying here at Ulk. I'm glad you called it. You said 4 after Bin. Thank you for the Baron, AL.
They're TPing mid. They're going to try and get something on the exit here. Look at Kyle. They're going to just push on mid. Guys, push your waves. If we know we're not going to be able to contest, why bother even walking? I feel like AL got a little too, I think, nervous, anxious that they could potentially make the play. Shanks just TP'd and immediately recalled. Like, I don't know what AL are doing. And AL, I think, don't know what they're doing either.
That makes our job a lot harder. If they don't know what they're doing, we certainly don't either. But they're trying to take down this dragon to get him the soul point, which they gave up earlier, but now is like their only fleeting win con is Infernal Soul. We've got Shun in the area, we've got TPs coming through, Knight joins with the rest of the fray, On gets through the trap line. BLG are trying to step up. It's going to be Shun to flag drag, steal it away right under Tarzan's nose. Ixtal's impact out for safety. The Encore going to go wide, but BLG will take their victory with their jungler mogging one of the best to approach the jungle here in the LPL.
Well, if we thought Dragon Soul was going to be a win condition for anyone's Legend, then we might as well wrap it up and send it to Game 2. It is so far away at this point. 2 Infernal Drakes here for BLG in a row means that I think that this is not at all a possibility. So BLG going to continue their winning ways. I love how they are just ripping AL at the seams every way that they want to move. Can they find Shun? Can they find On?
Nope, On's going to flash behind Shun, so Ace of the Hole doesn't do any damage. That's multiple ultimates already out, and look at the damage Viper's pumping into Tarzan. One more Mystic Shot hits, and Tarzan drops. Luckily, he gets his way out of the True Shot barrage. But the barrage of the press from BLG continues. More waves up in both top and bottom lane. More Baron minions cracking into the AL base.
Come get your papers. They keep saying that AL's demise is here. Usually we're talking about it being overstated and the death has been mildly overcomplicated, but BLG are making it look very simple. Go for side lane plays, let Bin pick up all of this lead. He gets another turret on the bottom side. Twisted Fate has been farming and gets to very safely farm this way. Even if they show up on this lane, guess what? He has an empowered recall. He also has his ultimate. He can get away from dodge. I am so unbothered by AL's composition at this point. Like, they have... I thought it was going to be dealing damage. I thought Aurora was going to be the burst mage. I thought even Hope was really going to have a standout performance, but they have not really been able to have those 5-on-5s that AL want, and I think BLG are doing a really good job of denying that from their opponents.
It's just this weird, like, we're playing in two worlds where they're, you know, looking for these desperate plays on one end, but then they're playing super respectful towards win cons and parts of the map that they've really succeeded on. All right, Knight just destined for a blue card. That's a pretty Giga Chat place. Mid lane though, Viper getting heralded. Good shift back out as Kyle is far too forward. Arcade shift forward. Viper finds his first kill. AL try and pick off BLG when they're separated.
God, Viper!
That doesn't even work out as Viper is just going all gas, no brakes. And with the flag and drag stuns, the Cataclysm combo, Tarzan's got to flash himself on out of dodge. Just like about a minute ago, his blinking health bar forces the Skarner back to base. And BLG can start wailing on these tier 3 turrets once more.
Well, there's no Baron anymore, but those 3 Grobes are still going to be a bit problematic here. BLG are going to take double inhibitor turrets if they want them to. And that's going to make the gold lead shoot up to almost 9,000. Yeah, this is looking as close as a game as ever for BLG as they continue to kind of run over their opponents here. And quite different fashion, I think, from some of the other games. I mean, it's still playing through Bin, so how different can it really be? But Viper has definitely kind of stood out so far, especially in a more recent series, which I think if that's going to be the case, that makes this BLG team a lot more well-rounded than we saw them at the beginning of the year.
I mean, when this roster got announced, obviously I am, you know, a pretty big Viper fanboy.
Yeah.
But I really felt like, regardless of your opinion on how much you love Viper, you could really see that adding a guy of his caliber to this team, I felt like he could just be that closer, right? He could really close out games that maybe start getting close that went late. And, you know, we talked about the Ashe game against Weibo. Now he's in prime position with this Ezreal. While we're not super late into a game, we're pretty late with his build path for him to try and finish things off. And look at the way he's hunting with On. All right. Encore is going to go a bit wide here. But, man, you can see how hungry Viper is, nonetheless.
They're looking for it. They're like, you know what, we have enough of a gold lead. We can just do this. What is the idea here? Okay, they were trying to see if Bin would step up a little too far, but there's not much for them to do anyway. They don't have to worry about mid-wave. Honestly, if I'm AL, this top lane turret, it's sad to see it leave, but you don't really have the ability to stop them from taking this. Oh, Shanks is dead.
Yep, Shanks
oh my
is
God.
between worlds, and he went to a world where he doesn't die, man. But it does cost him his ultimate, and will likely cost anyone's legend. The last turret standing outside of their base walls. And now we have Baron in about a minute, so BLG can take a pretty comfortable reset, pick up any extra items they want for what will likely be the last fight of the game, because there's no way in hell AL to just let this Baron go over to BLG for free.
Oh, man. I'm looking at 4 items for Viper. I'm looking at Sunsealed Spellbook for Knight, and he has Exhaust. So if Shanks gets in there, yep, you're getting exhausted. There goes all of the damage. He's going to try to finish off his last item, which looks to be a 3rd Rabadon's Death Cap. But he's probably going to have to TP. He doesn't have the timer to go for a recall. And if I'm AL, I'm saying, guys, the position we're in kind of sucks. Not kind of, it does. Let's just try to pick up as much gold as possible on the people that are going to be closest to finishing items. I think right now, the inventories that we see on our screen are about the apex of power that we're going to see from AL for the relative future. So whatever we have in our inventories is kind of going to be what we need to get back into this game. But 9,000 gold is getting into unplayable territory.
We are getting into miracle territory. We are getting into BLG have to mess up for us to have a chance.
Correct.
Territory for Billy Gaming. And right now, we're just trying to get rid of any sense of a ward line, any sort of vision AL can try and muster up in this top jungle. It's Tarzan clinging to that sort of Phaelite up next to his base, which is all the distance that Tarzan can really walk. And this should be BLG likely ripping this Baron. They will on the Scrying Orb, but now they have to either try and walk up, but look what's happening bot
Bye,
side.
Flandra.
The Soul Lanes or BLG just ganked Flandra. Good flash away from the Meganar stun, but Knight throws a red card right at his forehead. Flandra goes down. AL do get BLG off the Baron for now. But without Flandra, there's no way for them to contest, and Viper is feeling so arrogant. He is shifting 1 versus 3 right at Askarner's head.
You say arrogant, I say confident, right? When you're 10,000 gold up, very few shifts can go wrong unless your name is Sven. So, looks like he's going to continue to do this. We're going against the Skarner as well. Maybe we're on the eve. Here we go. Perfect cleanse.
He does get Mikhail's out of the Encore, but what is Hope doing? All right, down goes Hope. Viper gets to step up for free. Shun with another flag drag combo is going to chase on down. They don't need the Baron because while all this fighting's going on towards the top side, Bin is just taking the game himself. Both Nexus turrets, all finished off by Bin. Game 1 finished off in dominating fashion by BLG. It's a Viper triple kill to put a stamp of approval on a great Game 1. BLG 1-0 up on AL.
Yeah, not too unsurprising. I definitely got jump scared seeing the Caitlyn flash cleanse forward. That one, the game was already over, so I'm not going to bag on.
Gave me shades of
Gala
Gala's
play.
shift forward from NIP the other day. Yep.
Okay.
Shades of that one.
In similar fashion, that game was also over, and the shift.
Similar result.
True. So, yeah, not a great game from AL. I think they just kind of missed their moments and when they wanted to do things, and more importantly, the idea from BLG, especially against Flandra, we do not care what you are going to pick. We know that we can smash you individually, and then the Jarvan double kill happened very early into the game. And then we dive him again, and we take his plates. We get our top lane quest finished before him, and then the third dragon went over. Like, back to back, these things just kind of end the game.
Yeah, I liked the sort of proactivity we saw from Tarzan leaning towards that top side, leaning towards playing for this Jace a bit more, but it really felt like AL, I don't want to say didn't expect the sort of, aggro we saw in response to the top side plays, but they definitely kind of just played second fiddle and kind of threw their game plan out the window once BLG were able to get up and ahead. As you mentioned, that third dragon really was like the worrying sign for me, where we just give the third Drake and they don't really do much else for it, and then they just start going for these desperate bin ganks that really, I mean, they get the kill, but turns into free Barons on the other side. It was just, that was when the spiral started, right? And we never got out of it for AL.
That is a really unfortunate Caitlyn game, I gotta say. I was like, oh, the Caitlyn looks good here. I'm happy about this. I want to see more of this. Like, Caitlyn Karma, let's play towards bottom lane. The only time we actually saw Skarner actually pop up in that lane is when they were hunting down Bin. And very few times did that actually succeed. So, for all the misgivings we may have had for BLG's composition, they just, I don't want to say they executed better, but they definitely outplayed their opponents, which I think is much more impressive given the circumstances.
Yeah, no, I think that's a great assessment, because we didn't necessarily see them fall into like a really cool push and pull on the side lanes, right? Of like, we saw a couple, I think, good destinies from Knight, especially that last play where it's like, all right, they either have to stop Baron or we gank Flandre. He did that a couple of times, but yeah, we never really got to see the BLG game plan because they got so far ahead that everyone was so fed they could kind of just run at AL, and AL just kind of ran away in a whimper. As you can see, the gold graph showing how much louder BLG got, and yeah, Viper's gameplay we saw towards the end of that game is very much so reflected in these damage charts.
I have a feeling they're going to give Viper MVP. I really don't know if I agree with that.
I'd probably give it Shun.
Yeah, Shun or Bin, either of them. Bin, I mean, the 1v4 was really funny, at the very least. So,
yeah. The first 1v1, after bringing no damage items back to lane, was something. Good job. Shout out to our highlight team over the LPL. They're not showing that to start this one. They're just showing Shun cleaning up that silly little mistake. Because we got to go cinematic for this nice little, oop, I'm going to hop over that, scorpion tail of yours, Mr. Tarzan.
Man, what a fun game. I won't lie. We got to see a lot of cool things, right? Like, we're excited about Viper really kind of stepping into his own. one of the best coach cams we got to see. Just a very plain, yeah, sure, why not?
No, wait, sorry. There's no smile. It's just.
Yeah.
That's it. No smile.
And a one where it is a much different playstyle for On, where he has to stay next to his AD carry. Even when he's playing like the Lulu with Yunara combination or Ashe Seraphine, a lot of the times we tend to see On getting into very weird spots, kind of playing deep into enemy lines because he's trying to gain important information for his team. But this game, he was rock solid. I mean, in some of the prior series, we saw On actually be a big focus for some teams to get free gold a lot of the times.
Totally.
Multiple times in this game alone, they tried to kill the Seraphine, and that just never materialized.
Yeah, I mean, we got the cinematic shot of the Shun outplaying the Impale, but almost every Tarzan Impale kind of got outplayed. That one big fight that broke things open on, getting the Encore down onto him as he's being impaled, so he doesn't actually move him. That's where, what you said about how BLG doesn't necessarily have to execute their game plan. They kind of just outplayed AL. That was another one of those moments that really stood out to me.
And for the man in the mid lane, he has played 13 games. He has 12 unique champions. I think that is incredible. And a lot of these games were very good. Like, his LeBlanc game is unfortunate because he had to play into a Lissandra, and that was the draft that I was saying versus IG, where the draft was just kind of trash.
Yeah.
But for the most part, Knight has been really flexible, and I don't know if I really want to see Twisted Fate again. Nothing against the champion, but it just doesn't. It doesn't have that zhuzh, and I also he didn't get to do anything. Like, we killed Flandra with Jarvan, and so all he did was walk mid, buy a catalyst, buy his Merc Treads, farm a wave, and then like the most interactive we got to see from Knight was TPing to kill Flandra under inhibitor turret. That was like 30 minutes into this game. Give it to our jungler, brother.
There we go. Hey, I'm never gonna say no to a Viper MVP, me personally, but logic dictates that Shun really was the one, like you talked about so well, Ulk, that kind of curbed the top side, starting to get in AL's control, trying to push those early gold leads. Shun shut that down, and the rest of BLG fell in line and never really looked back. What a complete game there for BLG. Kind of just hand-stiffing AL, so we were hoping to see AL of old here as they try and get back over 500, but BLG are just a different level right now in the LPL, a level that AL can't seemingly climb up to. We're going to give them one more shot. Of course, though, they'll have first selection, first side, whatever they want going into this Game 2 draft that is coming all y'all's way after a short intermission. back here on LPL English, almost as fast as BLG handled business in Game 1 against anyone's legend as we approach what could be our final game of the night here. If Ulk Game 2 goes any sort of similar way to AL, and it's time for me to ask you the tough question, my friend.
Oh.
Is there anything you want to see? Is there anything that you feel like will reinvigorate this AL team in this series?
A Pantheon. A Pantheon would work. I know that Lennon has been, or Mazel has been a very big proponent of looking at side select in particular in comparison to first pick, and I know we had a stat that we were running in the AL versus WE series that all of AL's wins comes from playing on blue side. We'll see if that is reflected here in their series here tonight. They did just lose on red side, so... Interesting.
Yeah, Pantheon, good shout nonetheless. Bot lane's going to get a little more freaky because we separated Karma Ezreal and Ashe Seraphine at the same time. I've seen more and more teams, maybe not necessarily in the LPL, but teams across the globe be willing to go Ashe Melio a bit more often. So that's the only way I do see Ashe, but I want to go back to something that you harped on when we got through that Game 1 draft as we get set up for the Game 2 draft, which is we might just be in this weird world where Ashe doesn't really get into this series anymore.
Yeah, Ashe I think is probably number 180 carry on the patch right now, at least for a competitive. I think that she pairs so well, obviously, with Seraphine, but Hawkshot for jungle camp timers and finding people. Her ultimate is always impactful, regardless of whether or not you are 0-3 or 3-0. This champion is kind of like purpose built. I feel Ashe is very similar to a champion like Maokai, where if he is ever meta, he is super dominant in whatever meta he is in because of his kit for pro play. So we'll see if that ends up being the case, or if we're going to be swapping over to things like Corki and Varus. I mean, Varus is already taken away here by BLG, but Corki and Yunara are two champions, especially in bottom lane, that we should be focusing on.
Yep, definitely that Yunara Lulu floating around here will be a key factor. As we do have AL on the blue side here to have fun with that little bit of theory, but they have opted to do so and give over that first selection towards a BLG. So now that, haven't seen a Pantheon band come across yet, I think it's also still one of those premier champions that Shun would gobble on up after his MVP player of the game performance in game number 1.
Renekton. So probably is Mbessa. I will say, for as strong as first pick has been historically, I think that this is one of the few metas, mostly due to Fearless, but also with the bevy of very overpowered combinations, where second pick and having counter pick is really broken. In that last game, we were talking about, Karma is up, then you have to give over 2 champions, and we gave over Jarvan plus Ezreal, right? So in this instance, BLG can pick a top lane. You can go for the Mbessa flex. You probably are going to be looking towards jungle with this Pantheon hover, and now AL, you get your pick of the litter. This is a good takeaway from Tarzan, as it's been his best champion by far here this season, but there are so many different options. You can pick up the Azir here for Shanks if you really are feeling it. You can also go for another bot lane pair if you feel like that is something that's going to give you some strength.
I'm curious, because Hope is one of the most consistent Corki players, I would say. Nice time. Thanks, man. All right, well, we talked a little bit about Ashe Melio kind of working its way in, but Lucian Melio, this is Lucian's new Bay, everybody, because Nami has left him for Corki, so Lucian Melio now the premier duo for Lucian there in the bot side.
I don't know if we want to use Bay for this one. Melio's a kid. Melio's a teenager.
Partner. Good call. Thanks.
There you go.
Partner.
We're going to
in
get
crime.
caught on this show.
Lucian's Batman, and that's Robin. There you go.
There you go. That's good. That I like this. I like this a lot more.
I like segueing off of this topic to talk about the Mbessa getting locked in here for Bin, and Knight going towards the Annie. So we have rounded out the BLG top side.
Yeah, okay. I'm a little afraid of Annie. I have not been the biggest fan of this champion, and when you see Emilio, who has a team-wide cleanse, not my favorite. Not my favorite. So could just be that we're looking for a solid enough blind. Also, some of the other champions we've been seeing kind of pop up. Doesn't seem like they want to have that. You're going to see Pantheon on their side. You're going to see Mbessa, and we're going to pick Nocturne, We do not know what our side lanes are yet as Anyone's Legends, and I think that is going to be significantly more important here. Why are we doing, who's going to pick Silas? You know, Slayer, when I see this draft, I think that Nocturne is really strong because he gets to basically go to side lanes and kill an Annie or kill an Mbessa, which less likely it's going to be the Mbessa that's going to be getting taken down. But I think this is going to need a draft where Anyone's Legends solo lanes are really strong. And that, Shanks we've seen, Flandre we have not.
Without a doubt. So my question to you is, what bans do you want to see from BLG to kind of, you know, lower the power of those solo lanes? The Rek'Sai, a classic for Flandre, but who do you want to see target next here to try and maybe take down to the power of this Nocturne's side lane flank ability?
Probably you want to get rid of Yorick. I think Yorick has a lot of great ways of interacting positively versus BLG's composition.
Flandre, one of our better Yoricks for sure, too.
Yeah, there's also Cassante, which can be a neutralizer, but pair that alongside a Nocturne, and once he goes all out, that could become super messy to play against. Rumble is banned, which has kind of been some of the answers we've seen. Could also just very plainly be a Scion, right? Like, play Scion, play that so that you have another lane that Mbessa is going to be neutralized. A good ban coming in from BLG, so what is that going to be? And then for BLG, what is our bot lane pair going to be? Because Lulu and Corki now taken do cut away at some of the other champions that we might be looking for.
This will be, you know, an interesting spot to have that Ashe conversation because I do...
No, don't get baited by hovers. Keep it moving. Oh, Flandre on Vayne.
Flandre on Vayne. All right. Well, that's a strong solo lane early.
Okay. I'm
also worried about Flandre playing it. Don't worry, we're in the same boat here, Og.
We are going to be seeing Vayne, Lucian, Emilio into Annie, Pantheon, Mbessa. This is a tricky composition. If we thought that BLG were very execution-based in that game number 1, AL are going to have to play a game that is on the thinnest of margins. If they mess up in a mid-game scenario, if they get ahead early and then mess up, that's the game all by itself.
Knight Brother, you are the only one that's getting ulted all game, man. The Xayah, the rare Xayah does come out here, but I like it. Lovers Duo has been out of the spotlight for a while in drafts. Anytime you see this into a you see a Nocturne, 80 carry players, what's the safest way to avoid this chaos? Well, that would be Featherstorm. So I do like this for Viper in that aspect. What the hell does Shanks want to do, though?
Ooh. We are going to go for the neutralizer. I like the tanks. Look, play to side lanes. Galio can go alongside and match the Nocturne. Part of me wants to see Flandre with Lucian because for all of our long-time LPL enjoyers, he was one of our first Lucian tops long time ago. But Vayne into Mbessa can be very good, and Mbessa's lane can be a bit tricky. So I like the options. I'm just very scared because we saw AL struggle around big objectives as we went further into that game 1.
The reason I feel like this draft is super stinky is because we are putting all of our eggs in the double marksman damage basket, which is fine. They're also two of the shortest ranged 80 carries we've got here. This composition for AL is going to stay super bunched up, except for a Vayne trying to, you know, flank around this fight, and you're going into a Xayah that throws down a bunch of feathers. You're going into Annie that can get a huge multi-Timberman play. The Emilio's there, I know, but yeah, we are relying once again on two players in Flandre and Hope, who I feel like have really struggled to meet the median bar of their respective roles so far this year. And if you thought game 1 they were being relied on to win for AL, they really are in this game too.
This will be Flandre's first ever competitive Vayne top. We got to see it banned actually a few series ago. Was a kind of a snap. Someone from the LPL English Discord actually showed us Flandre's solo queue, and it was one of the things he was practicing.
Oh, okay. Shout out the LPL English community Discord. You can join. Join that LPL English community Discord to, you know, profess your Jayos for your favorite teams, just like the fans in the stadium did, as we are on to the Rift for Game 2. Hoping to see AL show some signs of life in this series, and boy, are they looking to get frisky early. as Shun is going to get pushed off of his red buff. He just thinks it's just Tarzan here. Maybe he has an inkling that it's not just Tarzan, and, well, Flandre and Tarzan have, I assume, forced a vertical jungle.
Oh.
All right, Shun got one. He got one, I believe.
He got the mini ones, though, and those are worth very little. It was 8 gold in his pocket there. And I think that's fine. I mean, the wave's now going to be in front of his turret. I think Flandre's going to be perfectly okay with this kind of scenario. It means that Bin shouldn't have as much kill threat. This is the Electrocute Mbessa, which we've been seeing a lot more recently, especially into some of these range matchups. We'll see if Bin can really take advantage of this. As long as Flandre keeps the wave on his side, that is as good as it's going to get, I think. And both junglers are going to be pathing top this game, as we've already seen Tarzan take the Raptors and immediately beeline down to the bot side for his Krugs.
All right. See how those paths play out in this very volatile top side. It's just similar ways to game number 1. Hope and Kaio able to get that early shove. Is the power of that Lucian Helio in a lot of aspects here. You can start to see why lanes that we saw really take center stage in 2025, of course being the Xayah Rakan, the constant focal points of that meta, kind of, don't necessarily fit into the mold of the new bottom lanes because they don't feel like they can compete a lot of 2v2 with some of these bottom lanes, even if Lucian Helio is kind of a new resurging theme as we get further and further into this Splits meta. Both junglers though going to cross over. Oh no, go ahead.
I was going to say, Rakan also, his itemization is just not as strong as it used to be, and some of the pairs we've seen from him just don't really hit the same. Engage has kind of been deprioritized when we've been seeing some of the bot lane matchups, so we'll see. I'm also just a big sucker for seeing duos like this. I remember always watching Elk and On play this combo, and it was one of their most beloved duos. So the first time we got to see Viper and On pull this out, I was just like, I was mostly just stuck in nostalgia bait for the most part. So seeing it again, it does kind of fill me with some good memories of older BLG rosters.
All right, well, good present memories, the way they're able to trade back with Hope and Kael there. Hope expending the barrier to avoid a nice little burst there from Viper, who is going the Conqueror, I might add, which, isn't too odd, but you always assume with AD carries of this sort of kit, the lethal tempo is the best. So, could you provide maybe a bit more clarity why Viper may have decided for the Conqueror this game?
I don't think this is going to be like a one-to-one, but do you ever remember, were you playing Xayah at the time when it was Poke Xayah and you like Q-maxed and you just threw out a bunch of feathers with like Eclipse?
I wasn't playing it, but it ruined me.
Yeah, that I remember. Also, I think in this game when there are so many low-range members like you had talked about from the draft, Conqueror is going to just give a lot more value. If he throws out a Q and he hits 2 or 3 members, suddenly that is almost half of your Conqueror stacks ready to go, and then feathers are going to be let to rip. You're going to just completely tear apart this front line. But right now what I'm kind of looking for is how fast are we going to see junglers hit level 6 here, and how much of this Lee top lane is going to matter, right? How much more can we see from Flandre squeeze? Because we saw in game number 1 between these two that AL and BLG, AL were really good at the offset to start, but as the game kind of went on, we got to see BLG really take advantage of some of these matchups, and especially the way that they were able to incorporate Shun in the top side.
Looking mid lane, this is a matchup that Knight is certainly doing well in, as he forced Shanks to stay to try and catch one of his waves under turret. He gets chunked out, he loses out on the CS lead, now he's forced to back without TP, and what does BLG do right off the back of that? On and Shun teaming on up, looking to hunt and just,
oh, he got it!
Tarzan. oh my god, he
His
took it.
jungle pet got
it
it!
was just a harass. Oh wow, that's actually so feels bad, man, for Tarzan. Oh man.
Oh, I can't wait till when we get rid of jungle pets next season, man. I'm just calling it. I think we're gonna get rid of this objective or this kind of thing. It's been nice to have, but
need that for later.
There was a famous, I say famous, it was a very fun clip from Rafa when they first introduced jungle pets where he was playing Ezreal jungle, and this was the some of the first games on the patch that we had or on this new season that we had played, and he stole a dragon from across the map because his jungle pet jumped all the way over to the dragon and stole it.
Two-shot barrage.
Yeah. It was so funny. He like slow-moed it. It's somewhere on his Twitter. It is one of the funniest plays, and I was there for it. It was great.
Whoa,
Oh,
flash
boy.
stun. There's the public execution. Hey, Hulk, remember your Vayne top? Bye-bye.
Yep, that's exactly what I was worried for. Level 6 came through for Bin. They just showed up, immediate flash.
They're trying to recollapse onto Knight, but he flashes out of the taunt here from Shanks. Bin has walked all the way down here, but now he sees there's no more play to be had. We've avoided the AL circumventing of our mid laner, but Shun still wants to battle. Charges forward with a stun. Great entrance stock that comes across from On. Knight gonna drop Tibbers on out here. Doesn't have a ton of damage, but Tibbers is throwing hands, and Shanks gets the main brunt of that damage, and he's once again pretty low HP, having to catch a wave that is not gonna be very fun to try and collect.
Pantheon eats low-range champions like Galio alive, so I think Shanks needs to be a little bit respectful, especially we're talking about the setup there with Rakan and Annie in the area. All that to say, they got the kill, and that is the only reason that Shun has a gold lead right now. Tarzan has been farming a storm right now with stealing those Raptors, taking some more camps. He's going to hit level 6 first here. It's not going to matter as we see Shun, who is about to tick over to that ultimate point as well. We got a replay of this. Just good vision denial. They did not know that Shun was going to be here. I'm actually surprised that Shun went for the flash, but maybe saying, if Flandra takes one step back, we are not going to have the same opportunity to find for ourselves.
Whoa! Featherstorm, I was waiting on the Blade Caller, but nonetheless, Viper, with the help of On, gets the better of Hope there. That's triple summoner out from the AL bottom lane to make sure that their AD carry survives.
Typically, I would be excited to see Tarzan come down to this lane, but with Hope having no resources right now, it is a very tough ask. Maybe they use the Nocturnal to dissuade a potential dive going on, but thanks to some wards that AL have, they'll see that Viper and On are looking for a recall instead of just trying to find anything. Seems like we're just going to get resets in, and it's a 600 gold lead here for BLG. It's not the end of the world, especially, again, if AL can get to a mid-game start, if we're going to be looking for Dragon, but that doesn't seem like it's the priority. We're going to move to Grubs instead and trying to augment this late game or side lane Vayne, who's already down a little bit of gold.
So Tarzan battling the three Musketeers at the top river early. He'll be able to pick up this first grub pretty easily. Shun off your screen is currently on his Krugs, moving on to his red buff, and well, it doesn't look like any indication he's going to spot this out. The scrying orb going to be used against him to spot his clear. Shun is going to ward over the wall, but it's too little too late. So Tarzan, who's like you mentioned been a farming maniac, farms himself some grubs, and it's as good of a denial as it is for that Vayne split-pushing top game plan that they have. But now, Ulk, we got to approach the very obvious conversation this jungle matchup has in any game scenario. Paranoia is up. Grand Starfall is up. The game revolves around these two ultimates now.
No lanes to play for, and funnily enough, when Shun puts that ward down, I think it gives everybody on AL a little bit of like, oh, we can breathe now. I now know where the enemy jungle is. We had some wards on bottom side, but when he puts down that ward, they know, okay, on Knight, they're in mid. We see Viper, we see Bin. We now know that we can play a little bit more up. We don't have to be worried of Pantheon showing up in a lane that maybe we weren't expecting. And with 3 grubs, that is going to feel nice. If they can get some turret plates, this gold lead that BLG have is going to dissipate. I really want to see them look for one of these other lanes, but I think until Flandra finishes his first item, we're probably not going to be seeing a ton of that. So for as much as BLG kind of want to keep hammering away at some of these leads, unless we get some more objective fights, we're probably going to have a much quieter mid-game here.
And who do we feel like that might benefit most? You talk about Flandra, who I think is a prime suspect to try and kind of catch up a bit with those early items down. I also think, you know, it serves well into champions like Viper, who won't really get to punch as hard as a first item Lucian would, but certainly will sort of outscale the low-range burst bottom lane that AL have currently on the map.
We're going to start Dragon. See pings coming out with Shanks having to probably recall and teleport back in. I like this attempt here from BLG. They didn't walk into the pit, so they're not spotted going into this. You can see how much red vision is on this river right now. I hope the observers kind of pull back the vision. The Phallites are finally going to spot this. Tarzan is in the area. This might be a get a dragon and maybe try to peel out as Billy Gaming.
All right, Lights likely soon to go out. Poling comes down first. Nope, Tarzan not going to pull the trigger. Shun, with that Pantheon Q smite, is enough to assuage any sort of engage. So BLG will take the scaling win con of the first dragon. Looking like they want to scrap a little bit here around these wards. Tarzan and Kyle getting up in the face of On, trying to make sure there's no vision here. It's a disrespectful ignite there from On as well. Granted, the stock up. Kyle, luckily not going to get rooted by that blade color.
So, I'm kind of struggling here right now, Slayer, because the Dragon is fine to give up as AL. I think posturing around it is a little less intense for me right now. Bin.
There's the Grand Starfall. I was wondering. Oh, good condemn timing there from Flandra.
Yeah.
We should get out with this. Final hour, constant tumble.
Shun has flash.
Shun not going to commit that flash. Blasco gets Flandra out, so good job surviving the first gank.
I think it's okay for him to walk back. Yeah, because you see Melio's on his way, Nocturne. What I was going to say about that Dragon is the posturing from AL. I actually would have preferred if they just decided Tarzan is going to sit in Tri-Brush or sit in that Dot Brush for the Phaelite, and then just let Hope and Kyle hit this turret with 3 grubs, get them back into the game, and let them start to squeeze some of these plates away so that we can get, you know, maybe a half an item timer, maybe have in a fight where coming up for the next Dragon, Lucian has his Navori Flicker Blades already almost done versus Viper, who right now is only down 300 gold in comparison.
And speaking on Hope in this Lucian, I want to gauge your comfortability scale on the lead that Hope has. Like, how much more do you want to see it expanded? Like, how comfortable are you with the current path of this Lucian that we all know is going to spike really hard in this mid game and then kind of fall out of the wayside compared to the Xayah later?
I'm okay with it. You know, like we're talking about it in a way that for Xayah, a lot of her strength comes in like area denial in a similar way that we would talk about something like Xayah, or not Xayah, like Orianna. So
right.
As long as we hit the 2 and 3 item spike generally on time, I like Lucian because he has so much burst in his kit. Just Light Slinger passive, your W plus the ultimate, I think is a really strong combo, especially if we're talking about 80 carries fighting on mid. But it's the reliability of a Xayah, especially in the context of what AL are showing in this draft.
Right. And being able to deny that Nocturne jump in, safety of a Galio hero's entrance, a Galio taunt.
Exactly.
Justice punch, stuff like that. And a player of Viper's caliber, we know that he will always be ready for whatever AL throw at him.
Of course.
And it is important. I mean, of course. Come on. We weren't going to stop that train from leaving the station with me on the cast here. Nonetheless, we have shifted our bottom lanes over towards the mid lane, and we are still yet to have Tarzan click R, which is, you know, I don't think it's necessarily odd for the game state he's played in, but is always odd when you talk about having a Nocturne on the map and how critical using that spell is early and often to try and get your team ahead.
Avid LOL esports enjoyers will know, typical broadcast saying is if you have a Pantheon, especially if you have a Nocturne, the first ultimate really dictates how the game is going to go.
A staple.
But if you never use it, that first time potential is always up. It's always up for the whole game,
The
right?
loophole.
Yeah, if you just always have it, it's the Chekhov's gun of the jungle.
All right,
It's going to come in the third act.
It better be a pretty bombastic third act for Tarzan then, because definitely would like to see him try and punish these side lanes that are really starting to break out here. And we highlighted how, especially with the Xayah play we talked about earlier, Mr. Knight should be the prime target because it is slim pickings for the Nocturne outside of Knight. So going to get to test one of the best that the world has to offer out of the mid lane in side laning, which didn't necessarily plague Knight all of, you know, last year and early on this year, but boy, did it plague a lot of our LPL mid laners.
He's playing Annie. He'll be fine. He's just going to be chilling. He's got Malignance. He'll be good too as well. Well, another game here, Slayer. Given Rift Herald. Uncharacteristically a low kill game. I say uncharacteristically when I'm talking about BLG. And
Yes.
with these lane assignments especially, I think we are not still going to see very much happening here. It is going to be AL, 3 grubs, Herald as well. Let's open up a lead. Okay.
For Paranoia, Tarzan's going after Knight. He flashes but throws the stone on Flandra as he goes out here. He's going to come back in and secure the Herald. He's going to eat a public execution to the face. Breath of Light will allow Tarzan to flash, but Shun follows him, picks up the kill as Bin gets caught in a huge hidden justice punch from Shakes. Hope able to trade back out. Knight trying to re-enter this fight on the top side, holding onto the stun as they jump on top of Shakes and get rid of him fast. Another kill on the board here for BLG as Hope will try and dash out with Kyle. AL split on both sides of BLG. They're going to hunt for Flandra. Does he get the TP out before the stun comes? No! Knight denies it and lets Tibbers do his dirty work. Viper grabs the kill, and BLG get back to the killing ways we know them for.
And you know what? I think it got even worse there because when Hope walks over to the Rift Herald, he does not pick it up. It times out. BLG just got so many kills, and they get the teleport, and they just won. I think they just won the game. I know it's only 16.5 minutes, but that is like a dagger in the heart. AL put so many resources in that top lane play, and nothing goes for them. I thought it was going to be an Act 3 ultimate. It's looking like the whole play is done.
It looks like we're not having an Act 3. we're not going to get to that point.
This is a High School Musical.
There's no Act 3 in store. There is a second act of Dragon, though, being taken here by Shun, as BLG will keep up their classic tempo. No paranoia in sight here for Tarzan, no vision to even try and get into the pit, so it is that reverse of game one where AL had the 30 grubs, they have the Herald. Well, I mean, they took the Herald, I guess. But BLG, being in the lead and having the first two Dragons is always a good game plan. And here comes the AL game plan we marked. Knight has to know this is coming. Doesn't get the stun down. Tarzan's going to spell shield it well, and Shakes will grab that kill. A kill on the board here for AL nonetheless. Oh, that was a flash out of Kyle.
Okay. I mean, set it in draft. When you're playing Nocturne versus Annie, that is a walk-in money bag. Here's that first ultimate. They go immediately on to Knight, and the play is split. Tarzan's on one side. Hope is nowhere near this play. A smite from Tarzan gets this. Now I'm just looking at the Herald this entire time. That eye is looking around. He's like, who's picking me up? Who's going to pick me up? Where's my Uber jobber? I can't get anybody. Can someone take me? The whole fight is split. This is another one from AL where I think the backline and the people who are supposed to deal damage are not in the perfect position. Maybe Tarzan going a little too fast. He dashes. It times out at the very last moment. If I'm Hope, I'm calling a ref. I'm saying I'm literally touching it. It's still on the game. It's still on the floor there.
Pause.
Yeah.
Ref. Yeah, immediately. Just how things have been going lately for AL. How things have lately been going here for Hope as he drops a Coaling in for very marginal damage there onto On. Tarzan shading back over towards Bin. Paranoia up in about 10 seconds, but a hard target to gauge jumping on top of. And Bin's going to take it to Flandra instead. Final hour comes out for the invis. Good flash condemn. Gets Bin off him as Knight does TP in. Paranoia now coming out here as we shift back up further upriver. We find Shun completely caught here. Paranoia jump on top of Bin.
Okay.
Tarzan never used the second half, so Bin's going to flash. Timbers comes down to stun out Tarzan. Flandra still low, but Shakes is flashing forward for the taunt. Knight wants to get the kill onto Flandra with a breath of light healing from Melio. Hope picks up the kill onto Knight. AL starting to slug some shots back into BLG now.
All right, stupid caster. Never say the game's over, apparently. Who needs a Herald? That Herald's dumb anyway. It's a topside objective. What have we learned? Nothing, apparently. They try to make this play. Maybe Flandra, maybe the whole point of playing range tops like this is actually to just have a global taunt on you at all times. They try to make this play, and look, similar to some of the hesitations we had around AL and some of their team fighting, here, look where Viper is. Not able to right-click at all. He can't click on anyone in this fight, while AL are collapsing, kind of sending in all the Avengers. A last-minute Melio ult gives them enough HP to survive that. Tibbers from hitting him and taking him down there. So this is the lead that Hope needs to run away with. 1,500 gold up over Viper, finishing getting close to what is an Infinity Edge third here. And for as much attention as BLG have put to try to get Bin in advantage, I think right now the thing that BLG are going to be looking for is this Dragon stacking that is still in their favor.
Ground Soul always heals a lot of ailments when staring down a burst-oriented team, as you highlighted. Hope, the primary gold benefactor, playing the burst style. Getting that Mountain Soul very clear at WinCon here, but BLG are still going to try and settle back into their side lane. Still feel like Bin is pretty hard for either one of these solo lanes to answer, and I do think that is a problem that if AL want to keep this train moving right in the right direction, Tarzan has got to continue to find ways to address.
So side lanes has been kind of where AL have found success. They got the money bag that is Knight. They went bot lane. They cashed out on the money bag that is Shun. There's no shutdowns in the game, so it's not like we're going to be playing like bounty boards and going around picking up gold. But the game's even, and I think that is a good spot for AL to be in. I'm kind of just looking at this next dragon. I'm looking at summoner spells. They're a little bit more limited here for anyone's legend, but you're hitting hopefully 2 items with this Essence Reaver going to be completed soon here for Flandra. I think we're just trying to get these last couple plates on this bottom lane turret.
Just trying to use that bot wave as a way to walk all of AL up. His Shanks has maybe found a pick here on, but Rakan particularly slippery, especially with teammates around. So we'll just be pushed off that vision line. They do have the Scuttle Crab vision helping them out, but outside that, BLG, this river is pretty lit up with blue orbs for the first time.
Doing good. Hope's going to play in mid, and then they can just walk into Fog. So BLG, you have to walk as 5. When you have an anti-team comp, you got to do it like this.
Oh, here's the classic BLG TP flank, though. Coming on in is going to be Bin with the 30% HP shield. AL going to try to turn on to him. The public execution is going to get spell shielded. The fear lands. It's down. Clutch charge from On. Grabs 4 members. Viper takes down Tarzan and allows Bin to drop with some grace. Featherstorm comes back out. A Blade Caller needs to come through for Viper, and he rips Shanks to shreds with it. Viper going absolutely crazy, but he can't find the clutch kills because Hope is running amok with the double marksman power. AL slam home an ace.
Flandra and Hope, we hold hands in the red side jungle, and we are going to win this team fight for anyone's legend. All of the ministrations we had about this Vayne top for him, it is coming up clutch in these team fights. In a small corridor, I would say 9 out of 10 times, you are going to lose versus a Rakan, a Xayah, and an Annie. But AL are able to play this, and this TP from Bin is just way too deep. He gets on the other side of Tarzan, but already, look at where the damage dealers are. Knight, Viper, nowhere nearby. No ability to deal damage in this fight. And now we're fighting into a chokehold where Hope and Flandra can just let loose another fantastic taunt coming through from Shanks. Viper is going to flash to try to catch Flandra, but he dashes into the wall to avoid the Blade Caller. A massive play for Flandra, and one that is much needed in a series where AL have really been kind of missing.
Some positive energy, some smiles in the AL coaching staff. That's good to see. Haven't seen a lot of that so far this split. Nonetheless, AL has certainly stemmed the bleeding, but this game is still anyone's to really take here with how BLG's comp can really start rounding into form as this game goes on. It's only a 2K gold lead. BLG still have the Dragon stacking in their favor, and now we have Baron on the map, where both teams are going to look to try and really grapple hold of this game too.
And they'll be looking to maybe open up a play on mid. It is all about grabbing these last couple of plays, going on to Hope.
Okay, knock up lands, barrier out, Blade Caller through for Viper. Breath of Life needs to come out. Hope is out of this fight as Shakes tries to re-engage on the other side. Phase Rush is going to get him out to safety nonetheless. But Hope starting to tread on some deeper water here with the limits of his Lucian.
They're just going to go for Baron. I mean, Flandra, they're probably just going to try to get his TP. They don't really care about giving up this mid-tier 1 right now. Vayne's going to join now, and this needs to be able to... Wait, Hope is on red buff!
Oh my god, Hope is nowhere near this play. It's a 5v4 here for BLG. I don't know if they necessarily realize it, though. Wow, what a gamble there.
They got the flash, or they got the teleport, but still, they're giving up a mid-tier 1. BLG, that's desperate. That is desperation if I've ever seen it. You got a single summoner spell out of it, but you're giving gold still over, and now the map geographically has kind of changed for them. They have the outer turrets as BLG, but giving up that inner makes it a little bit easier for them to spread their influence, get vision down, and especially set up for this dragon. It is really important now that BLG try to find answers. After the first couple of plays, we have not revisited trying to kill Flandra, who now Experimental Hexplate, Essence Reaver, and now even a QSS. So locking him down is going to be nigh impossible unless we layer crowd control.
Really puts a lot of pressure on Kyle to keep up with these really good Breath of Life ultimates. Light's going out here as we jump on top of Knight. Can he get out of the hero's entrance? No, he gets knocked up. The fear lands. Hope can't step up, get the damage. Shakes does it instead. Shoot with the Ancient Soul, trying to block all the damage out to buy space here for Viper, but he can't get these feathers down. Bin whiffs the public execution. The Featherstorm comes out, but Bin, he just flashes right on top of the Lucian. Finds that first kill. Viper gonna try and take down Tarzan, but he gets out to safety, and Shanks, with the Justice Punch of victory, gets Flandra another double kill. AL onto the Baron.
let's go and move it on over to the Baron AL. We were saying, hey, maybe this BLG composition has some legs to stand on, but this top matchup has got zero sauce right now. Bin, that ultimate missing, and then trying to overforce. BLG, I get why you want to look for something, why you want to try to burst someone out with this shotgun, but if the blunderbuss misses, we gotta reload. We cannot just try to kind of break them over the head with the handle of the gun instead. Like, look at all this damage. Knight is dead. This is where I think Viper could potentially turn a team fight, but the weaving of spells in and out. And this was the play.
Oh, he failed
just
the dash.
Barely. Doesn't get to land it. He flashes in. You find hope. Awesome. But we got a double marksman composition. And Flandra has really started to come into his own on this game. He has been one of the most suspect laners, especially when we're talking about top lane, but his impact in this game so far has been felt. I think him and Hope have really came into their own and are bringing AL to the brink of winning game number 2.
We're up a fat chunk of gold to the tune of 5,000. They are aptly positioned to even out the Drake stacking. BLG, it looks like, yeah, they're just going to give up structures they really can't cover. Maybe trying to buy time for Bin here. Force somebody on AL to go top side to answer him. Because he should be able to get this tier 2 for free if nobody really comes batting towards the top side. BLG, it looks like they're maybe willing to just trade what they feel like is a bot tier 2. They're going to lose nonetheless. But if Knight gets caught, he's going to turn for the Timbers. Immediate dash from Hope, Breath of Life. Tarzan goes in under the tier 2 turret, but BLG are waiting for him. Knight blows him up. Bin, though, TP's in, gets condemned, gets stunned up, and trades his life right back as Flandra starting to glide here. Dash after dash, tumble after tumble, looking to find Viper. Doesn't get the big critical shot here. But Viper still has to use the Feather Storm as shakes off to the side, threatens Viper even further. Blade Color will get him out, but On we can't say the same about.
Wow, and I think in a completely unexpected turn of events, AL now 6,500 gold up and looking incredible. Hope and Flandra together have been unstoppable. Hope,
Viper,
all right,
what
wonderful.
a Blade Caller! He gets 2 for the price of 1. AL's bottom lane are completely done for. Flandra is going to drop to Shun now. It's Viper's time to shine. The closer for Billy Gaming just gave them a huge lifeline in game 2. Ace BLG.
No way, man! Now it is going to be a Mount Soul point here for BLG. I don't know if this necessarily gets them out of dodge, but definitely, like we were saying, gives them breathing room here in this game. What the? I need a replay of that. I just need to see a replay, because Bin is basically over-forcing this game and creating so many issues for his team. There's another
Tarzan
one,
flash.
gets the flash out from Tarzan, and we get some mid plates.
It was such a cool sequence, Ulk, but there were so many throws on that bot lane, right? Like,
Dude, I just saw Hope dash forward and flash back out.
But like, even like the Tarzan dive, I get the, yeah, let's go through this, because it was like, all right, Tarzan's gonna throw, and then Bin's like, hold on a minute. Watch what I do here.
So this is good. This is exactly what you want to do as Lucian Melio.
Why?
He's just trying to kill Annie. I told you, Annie is a walking money bag as Nocturne. This was really well set up, I think, from AL. Just perfectly sequenced when we're talking about crowd control. And then Viper's trying what he can, but low range means that Lucian and him are fighting at the same time. We didn't even get to see the cool throw, man. We didn't even get to see the cool play. I think the Observer team, we're doing a lot of BLG sided. You know, like, why didn't we just show that last cool one underneath the turret?
I mean, I was willing to go to bat for them because I thought they had the, you know, the psychic feeling that a play was coming. But yeah, they kind of just pulled out of that thing prematurely.
They get a turn. Send us back to the replay. This is going to be a one rare time we're asking observers to send us back into a replay here.
Yeah, that rarely
There's
happens.
no objectives. Like, Baron doesn't spawn for another 2 minutes. Dragon's not up for a 3:30. All right. We're going to have to just live in the present now, Slayer. We're just going to have to pretend like that play happened. Well, not pretend, it did. And just move on with our lives, which kind of feels sad, but okay. This game is weird, man. This gold graph is going to be terrible.
Regardless who wins, for sure, it's going to have some dips and quick ascents nonetheless. I kind of want to approach some of these items, maybe most importantly, excuse me, for BLG, I want to see if Viper can get this 4th item done so he can get over to 100% crit chance on the Xayah, be that late game threat that they really need. Also, Shun having the GA maybe allows BLG to play a bit more proactive on the front line.
Tarzan.
Oh, Tarzan. All right,
Good
let's
use
go
of
out.
the ultimate.
Go
What?
right back in. He's trying to set up the hero's entrance. He's going to hit on to Shun. He has the GA. Flondro, the final hour, tries to go after Viper. Exhaust lands on top of him as the Featherstorm comes out as well. Shakes into the stasis. Flondro can't walk up because that Blade Caller was going to snag him. Goes into the invis, but it won't matter. Viper chops him down into bits and pieces. Viper is so locked in right now for BLG.
Okay, but what can we get from that play? That was a flash from Galio and merely a kill. Maybe it gives them time on the map. They're not even going to have any space to set up around the Baron that's coming up in a minute. It's gold going over to BLG, but I don't think it changes the temperature of this game right now. It was a good pick. We played in one of these really small chokes, and the setup is good. The ultimate from Tarzan stops BLG from being able to find anything. The Galio in a choke is even better to try to force more out of BLG. But Flondra here on the side, exhaust is massive. The Featherstorm, like you're mentioning, stops, and look again, no ability for AL to deal damage. He walks into the Blade Caller,
He knows he
and then he
can't.
QSS's and he gets knocked up anyway. Viper and On played that fantastically, but we need to see more. I need to see more from BLG if they're going to close this series out in 2-0 fashion. We need to see more fights like that, and the Baron is the perfect place for this. And guess what? Bin, he has the teleport, and it's the upgraded teleport from his top lane role quest.
We've now got Viper done with that LDR. He's 100% crit chance. He will rip through no matter who steps in front of him if they do not CC chain him. So AL, I agree. Temperature still the same, but I see some shifts because it's really clear to me now that AL have to find a way to threaten Viper, especially knowing that, you know, this makeshift front line for BLG has a bit more resistance to them. Shun without that GA though, maybe alleviates that a bit, is, man, Bin really thought he was dead there.
He look, if they collapse onto him, that's very
It's Baron.
quickly AL that can just move into Baron afterwards. So a respectful TP and very expensive for BLG. The game is equal. And what did we say from the draft here, Slayer? AL, they have a composition that can work, that can really shred in team fights, but the minute it goes bad, the game's over. And this is now where we get to that point. 30 seconds, Baron's no longer an option. We're going for the soul.
This is always a favorable spot to be in if you're BLG, right? Because you can gamble to say, oh yeah, AL, we'll give you that, you know, second Drake. We're going to take a Baron. Oh, you want to threaten the Baron at all, which AL should never walk towards? We'll take a Mountain Soul. So, despite the fact that you called it out well, Bin does expend that valuable TP, so the side lane threat isn't as heavy. This setup for BLG is really pristine towards the Drake side.
I like this for AL. I like the options that we have here. I mean, no teleport for Bin means that he just doesn't have a bigger health bar to play with, and we've seen multiple times, especially with the exhaust now. Viper is already starting this.
Flondra, final hour, lights go out. Who does Tarzan want to pick off here? Flash from Bin, gets himself out of a taunt. BLG come off of this dragon.
Look at
Are we
Viper.
really just going to 50-50 this? How many engage tools do AL really have left to rely on? There's no paranoia. How does this Galio get in? Are we really
Look
just
at
going to flip
Viper.
this for Mountain Soul? Can Shun take it? Viper somehow gets it! BLG with Mountain Soul! And now they're looking to make it AL's problem. Taunt won't land for Shanks. He's got to justice punch his way out of the bottom lane river, but BLG are still hunting.
I was telling the fans, look at Viper. He is placing so many feathers, and the damage there alongside Shun, they're just able to take that objective. One ward from BLG will spot AL as they move into topside river, but it feels like they are trapped. It feels like they're being corralled away from the rest of the rift here. BLG, they need one pick, and similarly here for AL, they're waiting for some cooldowns. All summoner spells are up.
Oh, okay, Shun jumps on Hope, but he dashes out to safety. Shun having to flash, fearing the fear there from Tarzan. They've got the wave up, though. They're just going to go after the mid-tier 2, but now they're getting entrapped. Shun has been taken very, very low. BLG still grouped up. It's so hard for AL to ever jump them without Tarzan's confident paranoia forward, but they have the first inside track over to Baron nonetheless.
Calling is up for Hope. The only flash that's missing here for AL is off of Shanks. No engage possibility for Bin or Shun with that summoner spell. Control of the Baron. It is half health right now. Flondra needs to clutch up.
On Shun gonna go for a big charge.
He's gone.
But he gets caught by a great taunt there from Shanks. Blade Caller gonna land onto Flandre. QSSs and flashes back out. Baron still not secure.
Tarzan!
The Bowie Execution's gonna grab Tarzan to flash out of the pit. Justice Punch, heroic entrance comes down. The Baron's at 3.5k, but Tarzan, he can't get into this pit to take it. So Shun's gonna step up and grab Baron as Knight absolutely deletes the Emilio off the face of the map. And Viper gets the reign supreme, flashing after Hope, sending him into a GA that will only delay the inevitable downfall of anyone's legend.
Goodbye, Flandre, and there's even Shun to match.
That's it.
Yep, let's go. Baron, Mountain Soul, and it came down to 2 fights around these big objectives. AL crumble as they try to finish this one out with BLG moving to 2-0.
A back and forth affair, a game I would markedly say in past splits, this BLG roster always loses. This AL team always wins, but it's 2026, the year of BLG.
Oh, that's gonna sting so much. And
Bad.
look, high stakes, high volatility when you're gonna play double marksman, and a series now where I think multiple times we got to see Tarzan not feel comfortable up against Shun. So that's gonna be one that review is going to be tough. And I think more importantly here for AL, moving to 2-3, and I think losing against some of the bigger names here in this group, Top Esports, JDG, BLG, it's looking more and more likely that AL might be a team that is looking on the outside of that top 4 bubble.
Well, especially all because the other teams you haven't listed, we all feel like, for the most part, are massively improved compared to their Split 1 counterparts, right? IG, you know, we just saw them get 2-0'd nonetheless, but we feel like Breathe is one of the better top laners. We've been impressed by Jachi and Mako coming back into this team. IG are stronger than I would say their Split 1 counterparts are.
Sure.
Maybe Weibo. Maybe not Weibo.
Maybe not Weibo.
I think we leave Weibo out of that convo. I don't really like talking positively about Weibo after what they did to my boy Arha. But then we have a team like NIP, who I would wager their bottom lane in Awesome and Zhuo are playing pretty darn well and allowing them to be up to such a high mark. So my point being here is outside of our, prototypical teams we expect to challenge AL, even when they're pretty well strengthened, the rest of the field is tougher than it would have been in most splits of past.
Also want to note that AL so far here in this split have not gone to Game 3 in any of their series so far.
Wow.
All 5 now 2-0s in one other direction. So, man, this was a very risky game, and all of the criticisms we had for BLG in the pre-show feels like we saw that here. Been over-forcing a lot of the times, especially here on this Mbessa. I remember his Renekton game that we got to see in that series versus IG where he dashes into Jachi and then literally dies on the spot immediately versus the Yunara. We got to see it on this Mbessa where he didn't get a comfortable enough lead, and when Bin isn't far enough ahead, I think we see BLG definitely start to struggle.
But what was the main reason the BLG were able to overcome some of those Bin struggles? It's their closer, and I'm going to start trademarking it. I'm going to run with it.
All
He's
right.
my player of the game. He's showing out whenever I'm on the cast. The Ash game against Weibo, he closes out, and I will not hear any other argument. Viper is the reason the BLG saved this game. Come on.
I mean, he got the soul. I can't deny that. I can't take that away from you. He took the soul. I will take credit in that at the entire time I'm like, just look at Viper. Just look at Viper. He does the thing.
Right.
He takes the soul. But all right. That was, for me, coming into the series, season anyway, I think that this team was purpose-built to do well at internationals, right? And my bar for BLG has always been, this year anyway, if you are not winning 2 out of the 3 domestic finals,
I remember this.
I think that, alongside some of the international success, would deem this roster a failure. Now, we're only in the midway of the split, so a lot of things can change. We saw JDG go into last split playoffs and really kind of level up, making it to the finals. We saw AL, obviously, continue to take a step down as we see them lose series after series. But The only thing that's really stayed the same right now is that BLG is staying on top, and we've got a surging top esports. That's going to be a matchup at the end of the season that I think we're looking at.
Hey, Viper. Nice damage, man. I'm done. I'm done. I promise. No. Yeah, I'm a big fan of a lot of your takes, Alk. But I really liked that,
Wonderful.
2 out of 3.
Me too.
International performance. That one really stuck with me. And it is interesting. It will be an interesting conversation to have, knowing that they, won the first domestic title, and then they win the international, but it is first stand. So it will be a very fun convo if BLG necessarily don't live up to the high of their start internationally and domestically. Like, how much do we really value, the first stand win? But right now, we're not going to have those convos because, again, the point I want to hit home is it feels like to me BLG in this iteration are winning games that they would always lose last split.
Yeah, I would say that's somewhat fair. I think the big difference is that Bin just looks night and day in comparison to last year. Bin.
Oh, totally.
Bin for a large portion of the year, honestly, wasn't even, to me, top 3 for some of the splits. I remember he got an all-pro second team in split number 3 that I was just like, this guy's done nothing all split. This guy's not. And I think a lot of that comes from the confidence. He's, to me, very clearly a confidence player. I mean, I remember the semifinals where he comes out versus Weibo and he does the jacket toss versus Breathe and completely aura farms him in front of everybody at that semifinals. And losing World Finals might have done a number. I've said this before. I think losing the World Finals did a number on this team. And then losing Shun at the same time brought the vibes down. And so, very clearly a confidence player. We've seen it throughout the year so far that as long as BLG play the top side and make sure that Bin is happy, the game is fairly simple to play when you have Knight and Viper with On.
And then, of course, if we're, comparing differences to last year, going from a jungle carousel to having, Shun back in here. Obviously, his play has been, amazing, exceptional at a lot of these points, but it doesn't rarely get stated how valuable it just is to have the same guy in the building, especially a guy that brings such as good energy as Shun, right? Compared to that rotating carousel of junglers that BLG put themselves through, by the way. It's not, we're not pretending like they were forced to do that. They were very much so the reason. But that also plays a factor into how this team has been able to excel so much. Alk, I know you were tempering my Viper glaze. It definitely always needs to happen, but
It was worth it.
He's the player of the game, right? I know we're not here to show it. Player of the game, right? Right.
I 100% am down with that. I think he played a really, really strong game. Damn, I just feel so bad. Hope, man. I don't know how to feel, man. So many big games that I think he has been a strong reason why this team hasn't been able to kind of show up.
Yes.
And another one where a few too many mistakes, and that is what this composition does kind of come with in terms of consequences, right? We saw a huge mid-game spike for AL. They come back, they go up to 6,000 gold. That death under the inhibitor turret kind of feels like the start of the end for AL. Triple kill going over to Shun. They then go over to the Dragon, then they move over. They're able to grab the Baron. The game kind of starts to get out of hand. Then the play on the bottom side jungle where Flandra gets caught out. It's those small moments and that lack of precision that is going to consistently bring AL down. And we'll see how the season rocks out. There's still a lot of games here to play, and we're only midway through the split. So anything is really possible, but it is not looking good right now for AL.
And not to kind of dogpile on that last point you had, but if we look up the updated standings, definitely reflects how not good it is currently looking here for anyone's legend. As we look to, close our day out, AL are currently slated in 6th place of Group Ascend, with JDG, funnily enough, next to them at 5th. It's still so cool to see how, last time I'll harp on it all, how even if it is really starkly different, these Group Ascend standings are compared to where we finished in Split 1.
I mean, top esports just isn't trash anymore. That's way more fun to watch, honestly. And we have Tien back in the league. We have Breathe back in the league. Split 2 just feels like LPL supercharged. LPL back and ready to come and play. And also Invictus Gaming is kind of fun. I'm a little bit down on IG just because, personally speaking, I'm not a huge fan of Renard. I think he is a little bit limited in some of what we have seen from him.
Fair.
The big wild card in this group, I think, is NIP. Right?
Yeah.
Like, we don't know where NIP are really going to end. I am kind of waiting for the reality check. They're did just beat JDG, which we'll talk about in the podcast, which will be filmed live tomorrow, 2 a.m. PST. If anybody's interested, it'll be up on our YouTube as well. But I'm very much interested to see where NIP are going to land and whether or not this success is going to continue. Most importantly, because they have yet to play BLG. And
True.
When that happens, we are going to have a lot of fun. Like, I'm looking we're at the end of the show anyway. NIP's next 3 matches are Anyone's Legend, BLG, and Top Esports. If they win 2 out of the 3 of those series, I'm ready to call it. I'm ready to call it. Like, I already said in the podcast last week that if they win this JDG team, if they win versus JDG, we need to start seriously thinking about this team as a contender for top 4, at least regular season-wise.
Right.
And that's going to be doubly true if they do well in any of these 3 upcoming games.
Certainly would be. Yeah, I've already, praised how I feel about Awesome's confident play. They're such a confidence team right now, in my opinion. Awesome's play, Zhuo was really good. The reason that we felt like NIP got promoted up into Split 2 was his play. And then Guwon, I think, has been very fun as well. That Lee Sin game was
They're making me
very
say nice
marvelous.
things about Hoya, man. Like, I don't know.
Yeah,
like,
that's a wild. Listen, it's been a while since we've heard
It's
nice
been a
things
while.
from Hoya out of Aug's mouth. Here's some nice things I'd like to say to a couple very specific individuals. As we look to wind down our show, many of you might recognize a final thank you that we always give out to a couple of very important people. So I would like to say thank you very much to our Elite Coffee supporters, Aaron Soup and Mong. Their pledged financial contributions help level up the broadcast and give back to the cast and crew who strive to give you an English LPL product every single day. So shout out to you two guys. Hearts to you. We won't have a traditional show tomorrow, of course, but as you heard, Alt Battery, if you'd like to see our 2 faces plastered across your live stream once again, we'll be doing the LPL English podcast. I'll tease a certain I guess, bit or bot lane bypass. Bot lane bypass might be coming back here because we've got some AD carries to talk about. But Alt, any final words you'd like to say before we close out the broadcast, my friend?
I'm looking out of 25 series. I've got a 60% win rate right now, so I'm feeling good. I'm feeling good about my choice, about my chances. It would be higher if I didn't vote for Weibo in 3 out of the 4. I said this last night actually that Weibo I've played 4 series. The only one I've gotten right is the one where I predicted BLG to 2-0 them. And everything else, I said I wouldn't vote for Weibo again, but I really was feeling the magic after the win versus IG. But that's because I let Xiaohu decide he wants. I just let him hurt me. Before we close out, I'm hearing word that we're done with the interview. So let's show our player the games. Let's see if the LPL broadcast are in line with us, and then we can also see player of the match, and then we can close out the show.
I'm down for it. I'd like to see them reward Mr. Viper. It was interesting, right?
What happens if they don't give it to him?
I mean, I probably,
All right.
don't have to think about it because that's not a reality I live in.
Goal difference Goal difference at end, minus 300. Blew up your Nexus, who cares?
Yeah. Your Nexus win, goodbye. I think I win here. It's cool to see them reward Viper. Sometimes we feel like player of the games can be decently stat-driven, but glad to recognize that, hey, the stats aren't necessarily the prettiest in all aspects, but the impact he has in that comeback could not be overstated.
40% damage share almost. 37 is the real number, but nearly 40. Oh, and it's split votes. So 5,
Nice.
2 mid lane votes, and a jungle vote. Well, definitely wasn't going top lane. So,
Interesting.
the Shun one is kind of interesting. I mean, he made that cool play onto Vayne at level 5, which was neat. I don't think Knight played a particularly great Annie game. And
I don't think so either.
that I think rounds out some of the narratives we had coming into the game or into the series. We're talking about like Knight not necessarily being the flashiest player, but by and far away the most consistent player on this team. All right, give me a player of the series. Where
I wonder
what do
who
we?
it'll be.
We actually didn't even think.
Shun.
Oh, all right.
Good pick.
I'll take it.
All right.
Not
so
bad.
player of the match. Of course, was the player of the game of Game 1 on the Jarvan, and as
Yeah.
you saw, I guess got a vote for player of the game, and yeah, I think this is the right call.
I think
would
it
say
should have
this
been
is the right
Viper. I think Viper's Ezreal was kind of sexy, and
well,
then,
I agree.
Then
with
the
that
Zy- I know. I think this. I think Shin may have accidentally robbed his 80 carry of a player of the series, but not our problem anymore. All right, Slayer, we can
Nope.
close out the show. We can get you to work.
one. Yes. Nonetheless, guys, that will do it for LPL English as we do close out another week. We will be off the air except for our podcast tomorrow. We'll see you guys back, I guess, Wednesday for more games, more action, of course, here at LPL English. Until then, take care and have fun, everybody.